Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Rounds Baseball's live commentary of the Japan Professional Baseball League. It is going to be the Yokohama DeNA BayStars going head-to-head against the Hiroshima Carp. And we are going to give you the starting lineups from both of these ball clubs here coming up in just a moment. Leading off and playing in center field here for Yokohama is number 58, Koki Kojiwara. Batting second and at second base is number 2, Shugo Maki. Hitting third and left field is number 7, Kaita Sano. And the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 3, Tyler Austin. Batting fifth at third base is number 51, Toshiro Miyazaki. Hitting in the sixth spot and playing in right field is number 61, Tetsuo Ibina. Batting seventh and doing the catching is number 50, Yudai Yamamoto. Batting eighth and playing shortstop is number 6, Kaito Mori. And batting last and batting ninth, wearing number 11, is the pitcher, Katsuki Azuma. And they are going to be facing Hiroki Takota, who takes to the hill for the Carp tonight. He has himself an 0-1 record. He's worked 7 innings. He's allowed 7 hits. He has given up 3 runs, all of which have been earned. He's walked 1 and struck out 4. And he's got himself an early 3.86 earned run average. Well, that's your starting lineup for the visitors from Yokohama. Now the starting lineup for the Hiroshima Carp. Leading off and playing in center field, wearing number 99, is Suichi Futamata. Batting second and playing shortstop is number 4, Masaya Yano. Hitting third and playing third base is number 5, Kaito Kazono. Batting in the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 7, Shota Dobayashi. Batting in the fifth spot and in left field is number 6, Sandro Fabian. Hitting sixth and in right field is number 52, Shota Sakene. Batting seventh at second base is number 33, Ryosuke Kikuchi. Hitting eighth and doing the catching is number 32, Tomoka Ishihara. And batting ninth and doing the pitching is Hiroki Takota. And they're going to be facing Katsuki Azuma, who takes to the hill with a 1-0 record. He has worked 7 innings. He's allowed 4 hits, no runs. He has walked none and struck out 5, and he's got himself the ERA of 0.00. Well, those are your starting lineups. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for jumping in with us, whether you listen live or on delay. We'll be right back after this with the first pitch when we come back just around the corner. Hang tight, everybody. Carp and BayStars when we return. Welcome back, everybody. Hiroki Takota has completed his, or almost completed his warm-up tosses. We are about ready to get this one underway. It is a sunshiny day in Hiroshima. It'll be Koki Kojiwara to lead it off. And the first pitch of the ball game is underway, and it's a fastball swung on and it's grounded right through the 4-hole into right field. And just like that, there goes the no-hitter as Kojiwara has himself a leadoff single to begin the ball game on the first pitch he sees from Hiroki Takota. Well, that's going to bring up the second baseman, number 2, in Shugo Maki. For Maki, he's hitting .258 on the season. He's got a couple of homers and 6 runs batted in. The BayStars took one on the chin last night to the Carp, and they're looking to rebound here today. So it looks like they brought their bats booming here in inning number 1. Maki is striding in, the 26-year-old, batting from the right side here against the left-handed throwing Takota, as the first pitch is ready to come. As he holds set at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count is quickly 0-1. BayStars wearing their road blues, the dark blues today, with the white pants. Carp are in their all-white jerseys this afternoon. Here comes the 0-1 pitch as Takota holds to the set. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. Maki was fooled on that one as he was way out in front. So no balls and 2 strikes to Maki, as again Takota leans in, getting the sign from his catcher Ishihara. The lefty checks the runner at first, and now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that bounces up to the plate, and the count goes to 1-2. Defensively tonight for the Carp from left to right field, it's Sandro Fabian in left. The center fielder is Futamata. In right field, it is Sekene. Around the horn from first to third, Dobayashi is at first. Kikuchi at second. Yano is the shortstop with Kazono at third. And the battery of Takota and Ishihara. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the lefty delivers, it is a fastball that swung on, and it's lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side of home plate. The count remains at 1-2 to Maki. There is nobody in the lineup tonight for the BayStars that has stolen a base this year. So they are looking to pound the ball, but it doesn't look like that they have the fleet-footed runners right now yet. As the lefty Takota holds to the set, here comes the pitch. And instead, he throws over to first base, and diving back in time safely is Kojiwara. Second game of the 3-game set. As it was last night, the Carp took care of the BayStars. There's a slower breaking ball that is waved at and missed. Maki goes down on strikes. He's out for out number 1. That's going to bring up the left fielder in Kaita Sano. We were looking at yesterday's results across the NPB, and it was a ball game yesterday that the Hiroshima Carp pretty much controlled from the outset, as they had won that one 8-2. Our friend God is Great is in the house here. We appreciate you for popping in. As Takota holds to the set, now delivers. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count goes to 1-0 on Sano. Sano batting at even 200. He's got a homer and 3 runs batted in. 4 for 20 to start the year for the left-handed hitting left fielder of the BayStars. The lefty again holds to the set. He checks the runner, now delivers. There's a fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul into the seats over the third base dugout, and the count goes to 1-1 on Sano. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Appreciate you who've dropped in tonight, who've picked up our channel to listen to the game between the BayStars and the Carp. We'll be back tomorrow night as well, as there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Sano. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Weren't sure we were going to squeeze this one in tonight. We were feeling a little bit under the weather, but the show must go on. We're pretty excited to watch these 2 teams go head-to-head. Beautiful day in Hiroshima as well, as again Takota throws over to first, and diving back safely is the runner Kajiwara. We had a fun night the other night when we were able to get the game between the Buffaloes and the Marines in. Had quite the audience for a midweek game. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded past the diving first baseman Dobayashi. Fielding in shallow right field grass was Kikuchi. He threw to the pitcher covering, but they were unable to make the play. It's going to go as an infield single off the bat of Sano. That's going to put runners at first and second with one gone, and it's going to bring Tyler Austin to the plate. So Dobayashi, who was holding the runner, had gone off the base, had to dive, wasn't able to come up with it. And as they were in double play depth, Kikuchi had to range really far into the shallow outfield grass to make the play, but he wasn't able to fire it to the pitcher covering in time. So runners at first and second here with one gone, and it brings Tyler Austin to the dish. Austin on the season only hitting .167. He's got no homers and an RBI. Looking to try to break out here. Here comes the pitch from Takota. He checks the runner at second, now delivers. Breaking ball that bounces up to the plate. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Austin. Austin batting from the right side, the 33-year-old. He's enjoyed some healthy years in Japan, especially after some years in North America where he just couldn't get himself on track and stay out of the tub. Phil says, happy you're doing the broadcast. Yeah, it was just more later in the day today. There was a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 1-1. I don't know what it was that we ate. Something was up, maybe a left and a right in the stomach. Who knows? Or maybe it was Steve Rademacher's latest commercial that got to me. It's like Montezuma's Revenge. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is to the first baseman, Austin. Takota working himself to the set. Checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and fires. There's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. We'll be back tomorrow for the same 2 ball clubs, except tomorrow's game is going to go off at 9:30 Pacific or 12:30 a.m. Eastern. So a half hour earlier first pitch. Hopefully you guys can join us for that. As the lefty holds himself to the belt, checks the runner at second, and now he delivers. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left center field. Going back is the center fielder, Futamata, and he's going to play it off the wall. That's going to get at least 1 run in. Rounding third and heading home is the runner, Sano, and he's going to slide in safely as well. It's going to be a double for Tyler Austin. We'll have to go back and look at the replay, but he did not miss that by much. It looked like it was going to leave the yard, but it looked like it may have hit close to the top of the fence. So he's got himself a 2 RBI double. And the BayStars draw first blood here in the first inning with Kajiwara and Sano crossing the plate. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Toshiro Miyazaki. And it'll be tough sledding tonight as Azuma is on the hill for the BayStars. The runs will be at a premium here for the Carp, one would have to think. So a much-needed extra base hit for Austin is he's taken his RBI total from 1 to 3 with that first at bat. So that brings Miyazaki to the plate. He's hitting .364 in the early going. No homers and a couple RBIs. Left-hander against the right-hander. Takota delivers. It's a breaking ball that swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1. Home plate umpire says he might have got a piece of it. Not so sure about that, but if that's what he says, then he must have been true. So no balls and 1 strike. First time I think I've ever seen an umpire wearing eye black. Home plate umpire tonight is donning some eye black for this one. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted into deep center field. Moving back underneath it is the center fielder, Futamata. He makes the catch, tagging at second, but then retreating back to the bag is Austin. It's going to go in the books as a fly out to center field for the second out of the inning. And it's going to leave it up to the right fielder, Tetsuo Ibina. Well, for Ibina, he has started the year at 0 for 10. There was talk in the exhibition season that he was going to be sent down to the farm club. And then, of course, right at the end of the season, it was Taiki, or at the end of the exhibition season, Taiki Sekene ended up getting hit with a pitch, had his thumb broken. And ended up keeping him off the opening day roster. There's a first pitch breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. And that opened up the door for Ibina, but he'd probably be better served in the farm team because his start to the regular season has mirrored the exhibition season that he had. Not very good. So here comes the 1-0 pitch as Dakota holds set. Now delivers. There's a breaking ball catching the outside corner for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. Ken, I was thinking of the home plate umpire wearing the eye black. Could you imagine if Joe West, back in the day, a couple of years ago, or Angel Hernandez showed up wearing eye black in Major League Baseball? I'm sure the laughter would have been probably unbelievable. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1 on Ibina. Dakota ready to go again as he gets the sign from his catcher, Ishihara. He works himself to the belt. Checks the runner at second. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted in deep center field. Moving back underneath it is Futamata. He's there to make the catch. And that will do it as Ibina flies out to center for the third out of the inning. Well, they get a pair of runs in the inning on the 2-run double off the bat of Tyler Austin. 2 runs on 3 hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are through a half inning. Your score is the Yokohama DeNA BayStars 2, the Hiroshima Carp, no score, and they're coming to bat. We'll be right back after this with all the action. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. The starting pitcher for the BayStars, Kitsuki Azuma, is just completing his warm-up tosses, and he has got himself a early 2-0 lead to work with. And he is always tough, and the Carp are going to have their handful here tonight. Facing Azuma, he's just completing his tosses. 20 pitches in that first inning for the lefty Dakota. Battle of the 2 lefties tonight. First pitch fastball, that misses way upstairs for ball 1. Count is 1-0. Zuma 7 strong innings in his first start. The 29-year-old ready to kick and deliver. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is 2-0. Futamata has got a full-on, I don't even call it a balaclava. He's got a mask on. You can only see his eyes and his helmet. A full-on piece. I know it's cold, a little cool there, but I didn't know it was that cold. The crowd looks like that they are, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, that you're dressed fairly warm, but Not as much as what Futamata would have made it here. The masked man ready to hit. Some in the outfield with it on as well. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into straightaway center field, drifting back on it and underneath it. And again, the wind carrying just a little bit, and Kajiwara is going to make the catch. And that is going to retire Futamata for the first out of the inning. So 1 carp up and 1 carp down here in inning number 1. That's going to bring up the shortstop in Masaya Yano. Well, for Yano, he's hitting .238 on the season. He's got no homers and 1 RBI. The speedy shortstop coming to bat here against the BayStars, batting from the left side. And the first pitch is a fastball that swung on. It is lined to the shortstop. A diving catch by Mori as he had the range to his right to be able to make the play. And that is going to retire Yano. That's going to put him in the books for the second out of the inning. Couldn't hit the ball any harder than that. It was a sinking liner to the throwing arm side of the shortstop. He dove across his body to make the grab on that. And 2 in the books it is here for the Carp. And he's going to bring up the third baseman, Kaito Kazono. And the first pitch to Kazono as a fastball swung on. It is lifted into left field, drifting back underneath it with room to make the catch is the left fielder, Sano. And that is going to do it. So that'll be it. They go quietly 1, 2, 3 here in the inning. Zuma hardly broke a sweat. He only threw 6 pitches. No runs in the inning. No hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are through 1 complete. Your score is the Carp nothing, the BayStars 2 and the Carp nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back after this. You are listening to live NPB commentary with Last Raps Baseball. Be sure to check out our podcast, The Japan Baseball Report, either on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to join our Facebook group as well. It is NPB Japan Baseball Report. Stay up to date with all the other followers who are a fan of the Japanese game. Welcome back, everybody. It is slated to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat for the BayStars. That means Yamamoto, Mori, and Azuma. You face the lefty Hiroki Takota here in inning number 2. As the lefty Takota rocks himself into the windup and delivers, there's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. BayStars jump the Carp for 2 in the first on a 2-run double off the bat of Tyler Austin, as there's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count runs even to 1-1. Yamamoto batting 133 here in the early going. No homers and 4 runs batted in. Takes a breaking ball down and in, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Always a healthy crowd for afternoon baseball in Hiroshima. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted into the seats down the right field line, and the count goes even to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yamamoto. Again, the lefty Takota rocking into the windup and delivers. There's a breaking ball that is grounded over to third, fielded neatly by the third baseman Kazono, who throws to first. Yamamoto's in the books on a ground out, 5-3 for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away for the BayStars. That's going to bring up the shortstop in Kaito Mori. Well, for Mori, he has struggled at the plate to start the year. The 23-year-old batting 150, no homers and 3 runs batted in. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The count is quickly 0-1. Our friend from the Philippines is in the house. There's a fastball swung on it as line past the glove of the third baseman, Kazono, into left field. And the BayStars have themselves a one-out single here, and that is going to bring up the pitcher in Katsuki Azuma. Our Taiwanese friend says, is it me or the SoftBank Hawks are not off to a good start? Yeah, that would be the case. You're anchored in the bottom of the Pacific with one win. A little bit surprising. I think that even the Saitama Cebu Lions are off the schneid now. They got a win last night. So Azuma at the plate, he's already squaring the bunt, or at least he's showing it. And so here comes the first pitch from Dakota. As he does square, he takes a breaking ball outside for ball one. The count is 1-0. Azuma has a couple of plate appearances this year, but he's only 0 for 1. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the Hawks. I saw they made some transactions today. They sent a couple players down. I'm not sure how much longer Kurihara is out for. I didn't check to see if he's back quite yet. Breaking ball misses upstairs. Count now goes to 2-0 on Azuma. So he's a big piece out of the lineup at third base when Kurihara's not there. I did see that they'd sent Richard down, who had got an opportunity or two to play. A couple other players. I want to say it was Hiroshi, I think it was, maybe, that got sent down. I just ran the ticker quickly. And there is a bunt that's fouled off right into the feet of the catcher, Ishihara, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Azuma. Lots of baseball still to be played, if I'm not mistaken. It's been, 6 games already this season for the Fukuoka Ball Club. That means they got 137 left. Lots of time. As there's the bunt down the first baseline. It's a good one. Fielded by Dakota. He throws to first, and advancing over to second is Mori. So that's going to go in the books as a sacrifice, 1-4 for the second out. Brings up the top of the order in Koki Kojiwara. Well, Kojiwara wasted no time getting the party started in the first inning. On the first pitch he saw from Dakota, he had a base hit. He is 1 for 1 today, raised his season average up to 344. He did come around and score the first run for the BayStars. So another lefty-lefty matchup as Dakota holds to the set. Here comes the pitch. Instead, he spins and throws down to second baseman. Diving back in time is the base runner, Mori. So Mori establishing his lead at second. He's got Dakota a little bit concerned as he works himself to the set. He checks the runner. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes even at, check at that, count goes to 1-0 here on Kajiwara. So 1 ball and no strikes. Lefty-lefty matchup. As Dakota holds to the set, here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul down the left field line, and the count goes even now at 1-1. As we mentioned, we'll try to squeeze a few more games in coming up here in the next little bit. We got tomorrow. We'll take Sunday off. I'll probably take Tuesday off. We'll be coming back from Seattle as there's a breaking ball waved at and missed. The count goes to 1-2. Try to getting in another big league game this week. It'll be the Astros this time. Astros and the Mariners. And then a couple of weeks away from Detroit and the Padres. I'll get at least 4 big league games in very short order. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as Dakota holds to the set. He checks the runner at second. And now fires. There's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Oh, Kojiwara. Watch that one go right into the mitt of Ishihara, and he goes down on strikes for the third out of the inning. Well, there was no runs in the inning. There was one hit. There was no errors, and there was one runner left aboard. We're now through 1.5. Your score is the BayStars 2, the Carp no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here tonight with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We will be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to come to bat here for the Carp. Dobiashi, Fabian, and Sekane to face the left-hander Azuma. As we're ready to go back at it again. Not too many seats empty here today in Hiroshima. The 33-year-old Dobiashi waits here on the first offering from Azuma, and there's a breaking ball that misses under the hands for a ball, and it counts 1-0. Yashi hitting 167 on the season, no homers and 1 run driven in. As the lefty Azuma holds to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. This could be extra bases. Rounding first and digging into second with a sliding double is Dobiashi. The throw comes in and it squirts away from the second baseman, Mackey. And he's going to get all the way to third on the error. So that's going to go in the books as a double for Dobiashi. And then I think it's an error on the shortstop. I'll have to take a look and see. Or is it going to be on Shugo Maki? Let's go look at that again. The official scorer will chime in on that one for sure. Good job there by the center fielder, Kojiwara, to get over. Ended up that it looked like the throw had gotten offline from the center fielder. Regardless, there's going to be an error on that particular play. It's going to bring Sandro Fabian to the plate. Fabian, batting .238, homer and 3 RBIs, takes a first pitch fastball outside, count as 0-1. Once the official score comes up with the answer to that, I'll be able to provide that to you. Who officially got charged with the error? Was it Mackey or was it on the throw? Because Kojiwara actually overthrew the cut. There was a fastball that swung on. This ball is lifted into kind of shallow center field, tagging at third Dobiashi. And he is not going to challenge the arm of the center fielder. Fabian not deep enough on that fly ball. He's gone for the first out of the inning. It'll bring up Shota Sekane to the plate. So they say double left center field, but they haven't attached an error at this point yet. I'd have to think that's got to be forthcoming. So brings Sekane to the plate. He's 2 for 8 to start the year. He does have a homer and a couple RBIs to go with it. Batting from the right side here, he's a big part of the offense when the Carp are healthy. This would be Shogo Sakakura. There's a fastball that misses outside. Count is 1-0. Defensively for the BayStars, we didn't get to them in the first inning because it went so quickly. From left to right field, it is Sano in left. The center fielder is Kajiwara, and Ibina is in right. Around the horn from first to third, Austin at first, Maki at second. Mori's the shortstop with Miyazaki at third. As there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left center field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the warning track and leaping. And he didn't make the catch. The ball is down. And in the score is Dobiashi, and sliding into third with a triple is going to be Sekeni. He just missed the home run by inches. And just like that, the Carp have cut the lead to 2-1. And they are threatening to get another run across here after the RBI triple off the bat of Sekeni. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Ryosuke Kikuchi. So very similar, same spot almost as where Tyler Austin had hit the ball. Right there at the top of the fence. If the ball would have been played a little bit cleaner, it probably would have held him to a double, but because the ball had ricocheted off in a strange manner, he was able to make it all the way around to third. So here's the pitch from Azuma. It's a breaking ball that drops in on the outside corner for a called strike. Count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Kikuchi batting .063 to start the season. He's got no homers and 1 run driven in. Off the Azuma holds to the set, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul down the right field line, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Tomoka Ishihara waits his turn on deck, and then it'll be the pitcher's spot in Hiroki Takota. So here comes the 0-2 pitch to Kikuchi as the lefty Azuma holds set. Kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field, and it's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to bring in the second run of the ball game, and we're back to where we started. An RBI single off the bat of Kikuchi was a bit of an excuse me swing. As that ball gets down, and Sekeni scores the second run here of the inning for the Carp, and we're locked back up at 2s. Started to wonder in the first 6 games of the year if the Carp were going to find their offense. And certainly yesterday coming alive, and they keep the hit parade going here today, as that is 3 hits now in the inning for the Hiroshima Carp. It brings up the catcher, Tomoka Ishihara. Well, for Ishihara, he is 3 for 10 in the early going, limited duty, as he will face the lefty here for the first time. Our friend Phil says, let's go Carp. Breaking ball, take it for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Yeah, Kapu scoring some runs. Kapu of Hiroshima, that's for sure. So no balls and 1 strike as the lefty holds himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to second or to short. They go to second for 1. Back to first, and it's going to be an inning-ending double play. That is going to go in the books as a 6-4-3 variety. Raced at second base is Kikuchi. He's gone for the second out, and Ishihara on the back end. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 2 complete. Your score is the BayStars 2 and the Carp 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right a little bit after this. back, everybody. It's going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to come to bat for the BayStars in the top of inning number 3. Shugo Maki, Kaita Sano, and Tyler Austin. You get things going for them here. BayStars scored 2 in the first inning off a 2-run double from the bat of Tyler Austin, and then the Carp got 2 back in the bottom half of inning number 2. A RBI triple from Sekene and a RBI single from Kikuchi have locked this game up at 2s. And the first pitch delivered to Maki, a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. The ball's 1 strike. 35 pitches through the first 2 innings for the lefty Dakota. As there's a fastball swung on it, is grounded foul just past the bag at third base. And the count now goes to 0-2 on Maki. So no balls and 2 strikes. We'll look ahead at the schedule during the week and see what we're able to put forth. I don't think there's any midweek games until May now. There's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-2. That certainly helps us during the week when we've got a afternoon game in Japan. We can usually call some of those. There's a fastball that swung on, and it's lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 1-2. Maki struck out his first time up, dropping his season average to 250. The lefty Dakota rocks into the windup and delivers. Slow breaking ball waved at and missed, and that's the second strikeout here for Maki tonight. He's in the books for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the left fielder in Kaita Sano. I was looking at just a trivial stat today from Major League Baseball, but also applies to the Japanese League. 3 strikeouts, a sombrero. 4 strikeouts, a golden sombrero. 5 strikeouts, they refer to as a platinum sombrero. Some people do. Some people, it's referred to as the Olympic rings. As that breaking ball misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kaita Sano. There's another fastball delivered, and that misses way upstairs. Count now goes to 2-0. Sano 1 for 1 today. He's got an run scored as well, as he scored the second run of inning number 1. There is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1 on Sano. Last pitch, a little bit up in the zone, but nothing egregious. There's a breaking ball that just misses off of the inside corner, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Dakota rocks into the windup and delivers. There's a fastball swung on its chop foul over on the first base side of home plate. The count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. The second of a 3-game set in Hiroshima. As we mentioned before, it'll be a finale here tomorrow between these same 2 clubs. I'll be on the call for that one. There's a fastball that swung on and lifted foul down the left field line into the seats, and the count remains at 3-2. So here comes Dakota again. He delivers a fastball. It swung on. It's chopped right back to the pitcher. He turns and he throws this looper to first base. I'm not sure what he was doing there. It's going to go down in the books as a ground out. 1-3 for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the first baseman and Tyler Austin. Well, for Austin today, he has been instant offense for the Yokohama Ball Club. That 2-run double back in inning number 1. He's raised his average up to 211 with that knock, 4 for 19 on the year. And the pitch from Dakota on the way is a slow breaking ball that bounces up to the plate, and the count is 1-0. Tyler Austin. Our friend Ian in the house, he says, hey all, happy weekend. We appreciate you for being here. We thank everybody for jumping in here. He says he's watching the Fighters game and wanted to swing by and say hello. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed. Count is 1-1. We appreciate it. All the games going off at the same time today, if I'm not mistaken, when I checked in earlier. I didn't do my picks today. Just didn't have time. Just had a lot on the plate. Not sure if we're going to be able to get him in tomorrow. Tomorrow's even worse. There's a fastball swung on, grounded deep into the 6-hole. Backhanded by Yano. He throws to first, and it gets away from the first baseman, Shota Dobayashi. I'm not sure if they're going to rule that as an error or not. We're waiting on the decision. Tough play there by Yano, having to go backhand side. We'll get a look at the replay. It looked like it might have been a changeup out of the hand of the pitcher. Really went deep into the 6-hole, threw off his back foot a la Derek Jeter. But Dobayashi not able to make the pick on that one, but fortunately no extra damage, as Austin is safe at first base, but couldn't advance on further than that. So it looks like it's going to be ruled as a base hit, and so it should be. I don't think he would have been thrown out anyways. There's a breaking ball that's down at the feet of Miyazaki for ball one. Miyazaki 0 for 1 tonight. He's hitting .348 here in the early going. Homers and a couple RBIs as the lefty delivers. There is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and just by the reaction of Miyazaki, he's not a happy camper. There are a few BayStar fans in there, and they've got Winnie the Pooh Bears being flashed. I wonder if that's Miyazaki's reference. Fastball swung on it, is lifted into right center field. Moving over is the right fielder, Sekene. He's there to make the catch, and that's going to retire Miyazaki for the third out of the inning, and that will do it. No runs in the inning, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. Your score as we're moving to the bottom half of the third inning. We're all tied up at 2s. Carp and BayStars will be back in just a few when we return. Appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in a few. Be sure to check out our good friend Steve Rademacher after the game, and this is who he is, and this is what he's all about. We'll be right back after this.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name. And I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. Be sure to go check him out after the game, as he's got all kinds of crazy things to look at on his channel. Well, that's going to bring up the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order. It'll be Hiroki Takota to lead it off. He'll be followed by the top of the order in Futamata and Yano. And it is a 2-2 ball game, as we said here, as Azuma is doing his thing here in the bottom half of inning number 3. And the first pitch that he does is a fastball that comes at the knees for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Only 16 pitches so far in this one here from Azuma. A lot of the damage in that last half inning came on some early pitches. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Dakota. Again, the lefty works himself to the set position. After getting the sign from his catcher, now delivers. There's a fastball at the knees. It's taken for a called third strike. Dakota had absolutely no interest in swinging the bat as he goes down for the first out. And that'll bring up the top of the order in the center fielder, Soichi Futamata. Well, for Futamata, he is hitting 208 on this season. He entered the game hitting 208. He flew out to center field his first time up. Average has crept down to the even 200 mark. As the first offering from the lefty is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So I will give Azuma this. He is very efficient with his pitches. Futamata stands like a pencil at the plate. He's got his feet just only a couple inches apart. As he swings a pitch, fouls it off into the midsection of Yamamoto. As the catcher for the BayStars is going to be slowly regaining his ability up. We're taking a look at the swing of Yano, of Futamata, that hit Yano in the solar plexus. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball that's dropping in for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Futamata. So the lefty Azuma ready to go again. And here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on, grounded over to third. Miyazaki fields it. He fires to first. And Futamata's in the books on a ground out 5-3. He's in the books for the second out of the inning. He's going to leave it up to the shortstop, Masaya Yano. One thing I wondered, I know that they often give the average time for a 9-inning game in the NPB. And one thing I'd never researched, but I think it would be worth looking at, do the games in the Pacific League go longer than the games in the Central League? The reason I say that is because in the Central League, you've got the pitcher who bats, as there's a fastball that misses upstairs. And in the Pacific League, you have the DH, and you can make your changes almost one inning at a time. In the Central League, you have to be a little bit more judicious on how you move your pitchers in and out of the ball game, especially when they have to come up to bat, as that fastball was swung on a grounded foul, and the count is 1-1. So 1-1 strike to Yano. Yano 0 for 1 tonight. He popped out to the shortstop his first time up, or I should say he lined out to the shortstop his first time up. So 1-1 strike to Yano as the lefty Azuma delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is now 1-2. Carp hoping to keep their offensive prowess going as they had from last night's game. As we said, an 8 spot on the board against the BayStars. And there is a breaking ball that misses down. They really didn't have that kind of success in their previous 5 games. In fact, they had struggled. There was a stretch in spring training where they got shut out 3 consecutive ball games. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as the lefty Azuma holds himself set, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into deep right field, moving back underneath it and still moving back, but making the grab at the edge of the warning track is the right fielder Abina. And that is going to do it here for the Carp in inning number 3. Third of the game in the books. We are locked up at 2s. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're moving to the middle 3 frames. Your score is the BayStars 2, Carp 2. Stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. Right back in just a few. We'll be right back in just a few. Your score is the Carp 2 and the BayStars 2. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Abina, Yamamoto, and Mori to come to bat here for the BayStars in the top of the fourth inning. Abina flew out to center field his first time up tonight. 0 for 1 officially in the books. 53 pitches for Dakota through his 3 innings of work. Not as efficient as his counterpart, as the breaking ball misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Abina. Abina still looking for his hit here in 2025. Swings through a breaking ball, and the count now goes even at 1-1. Abina 0 for 11 on the early going here. As we mentioned earlier, that there was talk that he was probably going to be sent down at the beginning of the year if it wasn't the injury to Skene. As that breaking ball is waved out and missed, the count now goes to 1-2. Probably could use some at-bats in the farm team. You can see why I like him. He's a physical presence at the plate, rather tall. There's a breaking ball swung on, is grounded over to short, fielded by Yano. Nice play by Yano as he fires to first. That's going to be a ground out 6-3 for the first out of the inning. I'll bring up the catcher, Yudai Yamamoto. And for Yamamoto, well, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to third his first time up. His early season struggles at the plate have continued, although he has been pretty good defensively. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yano batting 125 now on the early going. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count's 1-1 on Yamamoto. Lefty back to work, kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now goes to 1-2. That was a pretty good pitch there by Dakota, right under the hands. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down. Good discipline there by Yamamoto to hold off on that pitch. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. As the lefty kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that is taken on 1 hop by the first baseman, Dobayashi. He knocks it down. He's going to win the race to the bag. We'll go a ground out to 3 for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Kaito Mori. Not sure if Dobayashi could have caught that one in the air or not, or if it just sort of short-hopped him. Either way, he was able to make the play, as the first offering here to Mori is a fastball that catches the outside corner for called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Pitch on the way. There's a slow breaking ball that drops in, and another strike. Count now goes to 0-2. Mori tonight is 1 for 1. He had a single in the second inning, but he was stranded aboard. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and lifted foul over on the seats on the third base side. Counts 1-2. We often say that pitchers, if you can't get on in the first inning, they can usually get on a roll. And it was interesting as the lefty Dakota was hit pretty good in the first inning, but he's really settled down as there's a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 1-2. He allowed a hit in the second and 1 in the third, but no damage in either of those innings. As the lefty has Mori in a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. And there's a breaking ball swung on. It is golfed into right field, but it's going to hang up, and coming in and making the catch is Sekene, and that's going to do it here for the Yokohama DeNA BayStars in their half of the fourth inning. They go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. Your score as we move to the bottom of the fourth. We're all locked up at 4s. Hang tight, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being here with us on the Last Drops Baseball YouTube channel. Be right back after this from our friend Matt.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play. But you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right. if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters slated to come to bat for the Carp here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. That means Kaito Kazono, Shota Dobayashi, and Sandro Fabian come to the plate here to face Azuma in inning number 4. Kazono 0 for 1 today. He flew out to left field his first time up. As he digs himself in here, ready to receive some offerings from the lefty Azuma. So left-hander versus left-hander matchup. 364 on the season now for Kazono. As the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball swung on and it's chopped foul up down the first base line. And the count is no balls and 1 strike. 999 Ether says, did the Carp pitcher get pulled? Not yet. His pitch count is quite healthy, though, compared to his counterpart, Azuma. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-2. We're locked at 2s here in the fourth. I would expect that Dakota will probably go at least 5, if not 6. So the 2-2 pitch forthcoming, or the 0-2 pitch forthcoming here to Kazono. As the lefty holds set, there's a fastball swung on. It's chopped up the middle, fielded by Mori, ranging to his left. He throws to first, and that's going to retire Kazono on a ground out 6-3. He's in the books for the first out of the inning, and that is going to bring up the first baseman in Shota Dobayashi. Our friend 999 Ether says he needs some money, it looks like. Well, hopefully you'll be able to make that out and pull that one in for yourself. So Dobayashi at the plate. He's 3 for 13. He's batting .231. He had a double his first time up and scored the first run for the Carps. And the first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count's 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. All of the Carp hits came in the second inning. They have 3 on the evening. Those contributed to the 2 runs. And there was a fastball that swung on, and it's hammered foul down the left field line. Count goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Didn't see the error on the play there either, as he did advance to third, and there is a fastball that swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 0-2. I haven't seen if they've applied any errors in the game reports yet. Now, it does look like that the BayStars were charged with 1, but the Carp were not. Very interesting. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Dobayashi gone on strikes. He's out for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it up to Sandro Fabian. So I just don't know who they charged that error to. It would have either been the left fielder for the BayStars, because the left fielder, Sano, when he threw the ball back into the infield, he overthrew the cut. But then it got away from the second baseman, Mackey, who probably should have made that play. So I'm not sure exactly who that one would have been charged to. There's a first pitch fastball that misses outside to Fabian. The count is 1-0. Fabian flew out to center his first time up. Waiting here on the offering from the lefty who delivers. Breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Fabian batting from the right side here against the left-handed throwing Azuma. As the 1-1 pitch is on its way. There's a fastball swung on. This is belted foul. Down the left field line. It gets into the seats. And I remember when I was there last year, and it's very similar here this year, the supporter section for the BayStars is in the upper deck in the left field corner. Probably about the worst seats that you could possibly have. And probably you don't have much toilet options there either. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Fabian. They make it really difficult for the road fans. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down. They appeal to the first base umpire, but they say he didn't go. Runs the count to 2-2. Just a reminder, between the 5th and the 6th innings, it's what we call our Japanese halftime. That's where they do take the extended break. As will we at that point. Breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to short. Mori has to back up, fields it, and he throws to first, and it's going to take the first baseman, Austin, off the bag. And Fabian is going to reach safely. That's going to be an error on the shortstop. And that is going to allow him to reach base. And if you're Azuma, you got to be ticked off because it's just going to ratchet your pitch count up. Should have been the 3rd out and back in the dugout. And now you got the right fielder, Shota Sekeni, coming to the plate, who tripled his first time up. As we mentioned, we'll try to get the error who they charged that on back in the 2nd inning. Can't see if they ended up giving us any of that information. Well, error on the shortstop here. He sailed it. Good job by the first baseman getting up. I think they were trying to challenge. I don't know if they're going to challenge that or not, but to me, that's not challengeable. Not wasting a challenge on that one. The ball had come down. Austin had gone up in the air. But I don't think that's close. I hope they didn't waste a challenge on this. And they sure did. And here they come. Yeah, and he's still safe after the challenge. I would have saved that till a little bit later. Well, Sekeni steps to the plate. He's 3 for 9, and now in the season, he's got a homer and 3 RBIs. So Austin pleading his case to Fabian down at first base. Sekeni waiting here on the first offering as the left-hander works himself to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field. Going back, looking up, and watching it sail into the seats. A 2-run shot. It always seems to make it pay. You get an error that extends the inning, and then Shota Sekeni with a 2-run bomb to make the scoreline 4-2 for the Carp. I guess it's a good thing I didn't file my picks today because I would have been going with the BayStars in this one. 2 RBIs here by Sekeni. It's now a 4-2 ball game. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Ryosuke Kikuchi. So Sekeni gets high fives all the way around as he returns to the dugout, and Mori has the goat horns strapped around him right now. So this brings Ryosuke Kikuchi to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. 4-2 for the Carp here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Lefty delivers. Fastball misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Zuma holds set, now fires. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Cucci had a single and an RBI his first time up, but he's still barely hitting over 100. Pitch on the way, fastball taken for a called strike. It's now 2-2. Still Azuma very economical with his pitches here tonight. Only 46 here with 2 gone in the 4th. Pitch on the way. There's a slow breaking ball swung on. Popped up over on the left side. Miyazaki is looking. You can't see it. Ball was down the left field line, and it's just going to hit off the wall foul. Miyazaki was standing on third base with his arms up in the air. The shortstop and the left fielder were racing into the corner, but neither one were able to come up with it. So 2 balls and 2 strikes remains to the second baseman of the Carp. As the lefty Azuma holds to the set, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on. This ball is going to be looped into left field. It's going to be down for a base hit, and so the inning continues after the error by the shortstop, Mori. It's going to bring up the catcher in Tomoka Ishihara. Unreal. As I say, you usually see that sometimes. All of a sudden, you figure nothing's happening, and it's an error to extend the inning, and then they make you pay for it. Well, Ishihara stepping to the plate. He grounded into a double play to end the second inning. As the lefty Azuma kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on, and it's lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. Count is quickly 0-1. Yamamoto looks to the dugout for some guidance. He gets the pitch call as the lefty holds to the set position. Here's the 0-1. Fastball just misses down below the knees, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, Azuma holds set, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on, chopped over to short. Mori fields it, throws across the diamond. It's in the dirt. Austin makes a nice play to pick it out of the dirt. Almost had himself another error there. But that is going to do it. It's a ground out 6-3, but not till damage has been done, as the Carp in the inning score a pair of runs. There was 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error. Check that, 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error. And 1 runner left the board. We are now moving to the top of the 5th inning. Your score is the Carp 4 and the BayStars 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us today on the Last Raps YouTube channel. Be right back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the top of the 5th inning, and your score is now 4-2 for the Hiroshima Carp. As we're just updating our stuff here. Top of inning number 5, and slated to come to bat for the BayStars will be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters. That means it's going to be the pitcher, Zuma. And then the top of the order in Kajiwara and Maki. One thing I have to say is I'm just tired to get the timing. I think the timing of the Pacific League to the Central League in between innings, I think the Pacific League seems to move a little bit quicker. We look at that as our timing for our little in-between inning bits. And by the looks of it here, it's the Carp and the Central League move a little slower. First pitch delivered to Azuma was a ball, and the second one was a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Lefty-lefty matchup as the pitch is delivered. It's a fastball that swung on and missed. Boy, that went pretty quick. We're taking a look at a couple of things, and it's Azuma who is in the books for the first out of the inning on strikes. He goes down for out number 1. That'll bring up the top of the order in Koki Kojiwara. And for Kojiwara today, he is 1 for 2. He singled on the first pitch of the ball game. He struck out looking his last time up. He takes a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. 1 for 2 tonight. He did score the first run for the BayStars. There's a breaking ball that misses down, but the home plate umpire goes right up with the fist as he said that he went around on it. So no balls and 2 strikes to Kojiwara. Again, Dakota delivers a breaking ball that is lifted into left center field. Moving over underneath it is Fabian, and he's there to make the catch. And that is going to retire Kojiwara for the second out of the inning. 2 gone. It'll bring up Shugo Maki. And for Maki, well, he's 0 for 2. He has struck out both of his times to the plate. And that is 6 in a row now retired by Dakota. As a matter of fact, if you go back, he's retired 9 of the last 10 batters he's faced. So here comes the offering to Maki. It's a breaking ball that just misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Maki batting from the right side. He adjusts himself. He's got all his body armor on as the 1-0 on the way. It's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes it is. Dakota again delivers. There's a fastball swung on it. It is lifted into shallow right field. Camping out underneath it is the man of the hour, Sakane. He's there to make the catch. He's doing it all tonight for the Carp. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. The BayStars go in order here in their half of inning number 5. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 5th. That is the Carp 4 and the BayStars 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. I'll answer 999 Ether's question when I return, as we'll have to do a quick tally of that on our own. We'll be right back, everybody. It is the Carp coming to bat when we return right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We have a bottom of the 5th inning coming up. It is 4-2 for the Carp. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to everybody. It's Hiroki Koda to lead it off here, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Dakota, our friend 999 Ether, asked the question as he swings and fouls that one away, and the count is 0-2. He says, how many strikeouts for Dakota tonight? In our books, I've only got him for 4, as that is where it stands here. I'll have to do a double check again, but I don't see any more. Breaking ball just misses outside. Count is 1-2. Counterpart Azuma has 2 in the books for him. So 2 lefties going head-to-head here tonight. And unfortunately for Azuma, he's a bit snake-bitten. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. Fielded by Mori. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Dakota on a ground out 6-3 for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Suichi Futamata. Well, for Futamata, he is 0 for 2. He is flown to center and grounded to third in his 2 trips. 999 Ether says, that's all I need. Well, I don't know what the over-under. I don't really see too many props for the Japanese players on the site we look at. Fastball swung on. It's lifted into left field, camping out underneath it as the left fielder Sano, and that is going to retire Futamata for the second out of the inning. So I guess my question to 999 Ether is, where are the props at for you? I do look at from time to time. I don't know if DraftKings do that or if it's, or for that matter, I'm not sure who it is. He said 3.5 was the line for Dakota. Yeah, but what was the, what house were you using? There's a breaking ball that misses down. Oh, Prize Picks. Breaking ball misses down to Yano. Count is 1-0. Just as a reminder, we're going to take our break here at the end of this half inning, as we are going to get ourselves a big fat hot chocolate. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 1-1 to Yano. We'll put the music on loop and come back, and then carry on. 1 ball and 1 strike to Yano. As the lefty Azuma kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball that misses down. The count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Yano waggling the bat. The lefty Azuma ready to go again. Here comes the 2-1 offering. Breaking ball swung on, and it's going to be lifted foul down the right field line. It gets into the seats. Count goes to 2-2. I'm just often curious as to, well, I guess we'll never know, but how many people actually put prop bets down? How popular are they? I guess when you have a casino, you can run all kinds of different things. I'm just wondering what the popularity of an individual prop bet would be, or the type of prop bets that people would put money on. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. Like, I know they have these specialty prop bets, you know, in the Super Bowl of, is it going to be heads? Is it going to be tails? What is it, the result going to be? Those are all interesting pieces. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as Azuma ready to deliver again. Pitch on the way. Fastball just misses inside. Azuma was ready to walk off the field. Going to run the count full now on Yano. We'll get a look at the replay. Good call by the home plate umpire, as that pitch had just missed off the inside corner of the plate. So the full count pitch ready to come here to Yano. 2 gone in the 5th inning. As Azuma works himself into the set position. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, is popped up over on the right side. It's in foul territory. Looks like that Tyler Austin's going to have space, and he does. He's going to make the catch. That's going to be the 3rd out. That's going to do it here for the Carp in their half of the inning. They go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. And we are now moving to the 6th inning. It is a 4-2 Carp lead, but as we said, we're going to take a little moment here and stretch our legs, and we'll be back in just a few. We appreciate you guys for being here with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Music on loop. We'll come back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the top half of the sixth inning as we have ourselves a 4-2 ball game. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for checking in with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. It is 4-2 for the Carp, and we'll return right after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the top of the sixth inning. We'll give you a quick glance at the out-of-town scoreboard. Other games in the Central League tonight, as it is in the bottom of the fifth inning, the Tigers have a 3-1 lead over the Giants at the Tokyo Dome. At the Jingu Stadium, it's 2-0 for the Swallows over the Dragons. That's in the bottom of the fifth as well. Top of the fifth inning, the Buffaloes have a 5-1 lead over the Fighters, which is interesting there. 0-0 Marines and Eagles in the bottom of the fourth, and the Lions with a 2-0 lead over the Hawks. It's in the top of the fifth at the PayPay Dome. Interesting, some of the score lines across the NPB tonight. And of course, the score here is 4-2 for the Carp, as we are about ready to go to the top of the sixth inning. It'll be coming to bat will be Sano, Austin, and Miyazaki as both teams are returning to the field. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action here. Appreciate you guys for checking in with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Hiroki Takota coming to take over. Well, he's still going to be on the mound here for the Carp. It'll be Kaita Sano, Tyler Austin, and Toshiro Miyazaki to come to bat here in the top half of the sixth inning to face him. Sano is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also scored a run. He is raised his season average up to 227. As the lefty Takota delivers a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. 77 pitches through 5 for the lefty. As he delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. At first, we wondered if Takota was going to be able to make it through the first inning, let alone where he is right now. He gave up those 2 runs in the first, and he has settled right down here in this one. 0-2 on the way. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It gets down for a base hit. Words out of my mouth about settling down, and that was an absolute bullet hit off the bat of Sano. So he is the runner at first, and that is going to bring up the first baseman, Tyler Austin. Well, for Austin, he has enjoyed a good night at the plate tonight. He has a single and a double, and he's got driven in both of the BayStars runs. So Austin gets himself settled in the batter's box, ready to face the lefty Kuroda for the 3rd time tonight. Those hits, he's raised his average up to 250 on the season. As the pitch is a breaking ball that misses down. A good stop there by the catcher Ishihara, but he able to retrieve it. So 1 ball and no strikes to Austin. Austin batting from the right side here against the left-handed throwing Takota. Didn't miss a home run by much there in the first inning, only by a couple inches. As both he and the batter Sekene. Put a charge into the balls here tonight. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-0. They both missed home runs in very similar location in left center field there. So 2 balls and no strikes to Tyler Austin as he digs himself in. Waiting on the offering from the lefty Dakota, who works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. As we mentioned before, it's a good, healthy crowd. Interesting, the crowd sometimes, where they're seated, they seem to be in T-shirts and enjoying the sunlight. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The count goes to 2-2. Hard to get a gauge sometimes. Players sometimes will be wearing sleeves. Certainly Austin has sleeves, but they're rolled up beyond his elbows. Only 3/4 sleeves for the pitcher, Dakota here. Some of the other players around about that have chosen not to wear them. As the 2-2 pitch is forthcoming here. And it's on its way. It's a breaking ball that bounces up to the plate. It's now 3-2. Got to keep your eye on Sano here. I wonder if they'll run to stay out of the double play. Maybe run a delay type of steal. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Toshiro Miyazaki waits his turn on deck. He would love to come to the plate with a couple of ducks on the pond. So the lefty Dakota, he works himself set. Now he kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on, grounded softly over to third. The only play is going to go to first. They fire to first, does the third baseman Kazono, but it is going to get Sano over to second. That's going to go in the books as a ground out 5-3. Good decision making by the third baseman. Wouldn't have had a shot at all to get the runner at second. And that is going to bring up the third baseman and Toshiro Miyazaki. Well, for Miyazaki, he's officially 0 for 2 tonight. He has flown to center and flown to right in his 2 trips. As he gets himself set in here. Dakota now up to 86 pitches as the lefty works set. Keep your eye on Sano over there at second. He looks like he wants to run. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. And if you were going to run, this would probably be a decent time in which to do it. You got a lefty on the mound. You got a right-handed stick at the plate. You can pick up the signs of the catcher if you could figure out what their system is. You might be able to get off on a breaking ball. There's a fastball swung on. It's taken on 1 hop by the shortstop. Oh, what a fantastic play by Yano. You know, I got to tell you, that's a heck of a play by him. They often say if the ball's hit to your right as a base runner, that you got to hold your ground. But if it's hit to your left, then you can advance to the base. Well, Yano went to his left as he fielded the ball up the middle, and he threw off a 1 leg to third base. Oh, what a play. And they end up nailing the lead runner. That's going to go down as a putout. And it's going to be 6-5 in the books. Retire Sano for the second out. Safe at first is Miyazaki on that fielder's choice. And that'll bring up the right fielder in Tatsuya Abina. And the first pitch to Abina is a breaking ball that is lifted foul. The count is 0-1. Oh, boy. If you get a chance, I'm not sure if the Carp put their highlights on Instagram, but that is web gem worthy right there. That play by Yano. Wow. Well, Abina, who is still hunting for his first hit of the year, he's 0 for 12. 0 for 2 here tonight. As the lefty Dakota holds to the set, now delivers. There's a fastball that is taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Again, the lefty Dakota leaning in, getting his sign. As he works himself to the set position, here comes the pitch. Kicks and delivers, so the breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes. (4-2), the Carp have the lead here in the top half of inning number 6. I'm curious to see what kind of leash they have on Dakota, if they would let him come back out for another inning. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on, chopped softly over to first. Dobayashi fields it, flips it to the pitcher covering. That's going to go down as a ground out, 3-1 for the third out of the inning, and that will do it here. What a great play by Yano. Heads up play. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was one runner left aboard. Your scores, we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is the Carp 4 and the BayStars 2. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit with all the action right after these. Got ourselves a 4-2 Carp lead. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters to come to bat here for the Carp in inning number 6. Kazono, Dobayashi, and the left fielder Fabian face the lefty Azuma back out. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on a grounded foul over on the first base side. Count is 0-1 to Kazono. 63 pitches through 5 innings for the lefty. Like Kazono got a piece of himself on that foul ball. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Left-handed hitting Kazono. Waiting here on the offering from the lefty Azuma. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on it, is lifted into center field. Moving over underneath it, and there to make the catch is the center fielder Kajiwara, and that's going to be retiring Kazono for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the first baseman in Shota Dobayashi. The Prince of Hiroshima, or Prince of the Carp, as Dobayashi is a fan favorite with the Carp. 3 for 14 on the season, only hitting .214. He has a double and 2 trips tonight. He did score the first run for the Hiroshima Ball Club. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Dobayashi batting from the right side here against the lefty Azuma. That pitch there, not getting a home-friendly call from the home plate umpire. 0-1 on the way. Breaking ball just misses, and the count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the lefty ready to go back to work again as he holds to the set. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on it, is lifted foul into the seat straight behind home plate. And the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. We are looking ahead to action in tomorrow night's affair, as we'll get you the starters of tomorrow's game in just a couple of moments. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball swung on and chopped foul behind home plate. The count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, Azuma ready to go. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats on the first base side of home plate. Starters for tomorrow. Looks like it is going to be Shohei Mori for the Carp and Kentaro Taira for the BayStars. So that is the pitching matchup already announced for tomorrow. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, chopped softly over to short, fielded by Mori on the run. He throws to first. He's going to retire Dobiashi on the ground out, 6-3 for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and it's going to leave it all up to the left fielder, Sandro Fabian. Well, for Fabian, he is officially 0 for 2. He did reach on the error by the shortstop Mori, and then ended up coming home on the 2-run shot off the Bada Sekene. So he steps in batting from the right side here. As the offering from the lefties on the way, it's a slow breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. It counts 0-1. Azuma back up to his old tricks again as he is cut down on his pitch counts here in this inning. As the lefty kicks and fires, there's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Fabian. Again, Azuma ready to go back to work. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses. Count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. See how this works here. As the lefty ready to go again. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on it, is grounded just foul in front of home plate. Count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Fabian. Just making a couple of adjustments with our tone and our sounds here. So Fabian, ready to go again. Waiting on the pitch from the lefty Azuma. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball swung on. This ball's lifted into center field, and it's going to get down for a base hit in front of Kajiwara. He's got himself a single, does Fabian. So a 2-out single. This is what he did the last time, although it wasn't a single. It was the error by the shortstop Mori that kept the inning alive, and then stood up short of Sekene, and he drilled a home run. Sekene's got the hardest parts one would have to think of the cycle already down. I was just thinking about it. Who is the last NPB player to hit for the cycle? If you know what it is, put it in the chat. So Shota Sekene coming to the bat here. With a triple and a double tonight, he's knocked in 3 of the 4 Carp runs. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Sekene. And truthfully, that triple that he hit in the second inning, it really wasn't that far from being a home run as well. Just kissed it off the top of the fence. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball waved at and missed. The count now even at 1-1. Just curious to know at what point they're going to go into the bullpens, both of these teams. I would think maybe another inning out of Azuma. But Hiroki Takota is, after that first inning, has pitched really well. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. Count goes to 1-2. Certainly the Carp bullpen would have to be well rested. One would have to think, or at least the important ones would have to be well rested, because the score line last night at 8-2. You wouldn't think you're burning your better guys up. There's a breaking ball missing down. The count's 2-2. I didn't look at the box score from last night, but that would be what I would have to infer. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. A runner at first. Fabian, 2 gone here in the inning. Is Kenny looking to add to the tally to possibly hit for a cycle tonight? Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. Grounded to second. Fielded neatly by Mackey. Throws to first. Almost took Austin off the bag. That's a ground out 4-3. I will say this. I would be shocked if Sekene hit for the cycle now. I don't think he's going to have enough time to get those other 2 at-bats. Well, that's going to do it here, as Sekene is gone. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and there was 1 Carp left aboard. Your score, as we are now through 6 complete, it is a 4-2 game for the Carp. We'll be back in just a few. The back third of the ball game is just around the corner. And we'll be back with you after this. Welcome back, everybody. Hiroki Takota on 92 pitches to begin the 7th inning. Rocks into the windup and delivers a breaking ball that misses outside to Yudai Yamamoto. Yamamoto 0 for 2 today. He's grounded to third and grounded to first in his 2 trips, as Takota delivers a fastball that is swung on and hit foul down the right field line, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Yamamoto, Mori, and Azuma here in the 7th for the BayStars. There's a fastball swung on. It's hammered foul into that temporary seating down the left field line. The count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lefty Takota ready to go again. Getting his sign from Ishihara. He delivers a slow breaking ball. That misses down. Count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takota shaking off the signs of his catcher, and now he gets one that he likes. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, chopped slowly over to third. Fielded on the run, thrown on the run by Kazono, and it's going to retire Yamamoto on a ground out 5-3. He's in the books for the first out of the inning, and they'll bring up the shortstop in Kaito Mori. So Mori officially 1 for 2 today. Has a single in 2 trips. He's also flown out to right field. As the lefty rocks himself into the windup and delivers. Breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Mori. Lefty again rocks and delivers. There's a breaking ball missing down, and the count goes even to 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitcher's spot is slated to come up next, As the 1-1 is on the way, it's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul, and the count goes to 1-2. Looks like they're still going to use pitcher Azuma. Why not? He's been pretty effective. It's been the error by the shortstop that led to a pair of runs. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the left field line. 1-2. It remains here to Maury. It always seems to be the way. You got 2 outs, you make the error, and then the next hitter makes you pay. And that's what exactly happened here tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Maury. As it was off the bat of Shota Sakane that has made the scoreline where it is at 4-2. Breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to second. Kikuchi fields it, he throws to first, and Maury's going to be retired on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning. He's going to leave it all up to the pitcher in Katsuki Azuma. Well, for Azuma today, he is officially 0 for 1. He has struck out, but he did have a sacrifice bunt. And the first pitch breaking ball is taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Now, you think about it. If you leave him in to pitch here, as the 0-1 on the way, it's a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the third base line into the seats, and the count is 0-2. If you leave him with the intentions for the 7th, you leave him in for the 8th too. Fastball swung on, grounded to short. Yano fields it. Oh, he almost threw that one away, but a nice play there by the first baseman Dobiashi to reel it in. That's a ground out 6-3 in our books for the third out of the inning, and that will do it. There was no runs in the inning. There were no hits, no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. Your score is the Carp 4 and the BayStars 2. The bottom of the 7th is just around the corner. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for being here with us tonight on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the bottom third of the batting order is slated to come to bat here for the Carp. In their half of the 7th, it'll be Kikuchi, Ishihara, and Takota. All eyes on Takota if he's going to be left in the ball game here. I would anticipate he probably will. He has a lot of life left in him. He's over 100 pitches now, but he has not quite the power arm that you would see. He's more of a soft-tossing lefty. So 81 pitches through 6 for Azuma as he delivers a first pitch fastball to Kikuchi, and the count is 0-1. Kikuchi tonight has 2 hits in his 2 trips. And boy, did he need it. He started the campaign tonight, or at least the game tonight, at 0-63. There is a breaking ball that is waved out and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. Kikuchi, 3 for 18 and now in the season. Raised his season average up 104 points so far tonight. And he's still not above the Mendoza line. So here comes the 0-2 pitch as the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. Fielded by Mori on the run. He throws to first, and that's going to retire Kikuchi on a ground out 6-3. He's gone for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher in Tomoka Ishihara. Well, for Ishihara, he is 0 for 2. He is grounded into a double play and grounded out to the shortstop. Interesting, Dakota still hasn't moved off the bench, so I'm kind of curious if his night is done or if he's going to continue on. Obviously, his spot is next. There's a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike, and the count's 0-1. I would think if Ishihara does not get on, I'd probably let the pitcher hit. There's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded foul over by the third base coach who makes the barehanded play, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-handed hitting Ishihara waiting here on the offering from the lefty Azuma, who kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on it. It's going to be lifted foul into the seats. Over on the first base side, and the count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes to the right-handed batting Ishihara. Crowd in good form tonight as the lefty Azuma works himself to the set. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. On the way, breaking ball swung on it is lifted into right center field. Moving over underneath it is the right fielder for the BayStars, and it's going to be Ibina who will haul it in. That's the second out of the inning, and all eyes on the batter here. Is it going to be Dakota, or are they going to the bench? Well, it looks like Dakota's night has been done. He's going to be lifted for a pinch hitter here. So it is going to be number 40 coming to the plate. And who would that be? Well, we're not really sure. It looks like it's Yoshitaka Isamura. So a catcher here. So Isamura in the pinch hit, and the first pitch is a breaking ball swung on and tap foul. So Dakota's night is over. And they have a left-hander. It looks like Taylor Hearn warming up in the bullpen. Good thing I didn't submit my picks tonight. I'd be on the short end of the stick on a lot of them. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count goes to 0-2 now on Ishihara. Lefty Azuma delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses low, and the count now runs up to 1-2 on Ishihara. We'll see if Ishihara will stay in the game, if that'll be the end of the night for Ishihara, or if it will be just a straight-up pinch hit roll here. Here comes the 1-2. Fastball just misses down. Nice job there by the catcher Yamamoto to try to frame it for a strike, but he couldn't get the job done. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the lefty holds set again, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on it is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving back underneath it is Kanjiwari. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to do it as we are now through 7 complete. Carp go in order with no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We're expecting a pitching change, and we're expecting to be Taylor Hearn when we return. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being here with us. And we'll go back to our friend Steve, because you know what? It's time for a pitching change. Right back after this.
Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Raleigh Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. You know, every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. Taylor Hearn is just completing his warm-up tosses, and we'll be ready to get the top of the eighth going in just a moment. It is a 4-2 lead here for the Carp, as they are enjoying this lead over the BayStars. It'll be the top of the order. To face the big fella, it is going to be Kojiwara, Mackey, and Sano. 2 appearances this year, and he's got an ERA of 13.5, it does Hearn. Got roughed up in one of his outings. But he is coming on here. Lots of expected for him tonight, as Kojiwara, Mackey, and Sano come to bat to face him. Well, he's completed his tune-up tosses, and we are ready to resume the action here. So it is going to be Kojiwara stepping in. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single and he's scored a run. He's also struck out and flown out. 324 batting average for the left-handed hitting center fielder of the BayStars. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. I don't think Kojiwara was convinced it was a strike based on his reaction. But the home plate umpire says so, and he's who matters most, as there was a fastball missing down and away. Count goes even to 1-1. That last pitch was at 95 on our guns. So Hearn able to bring it up a little bit here. See what he can dial it up to. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And it's on its way. It is a breaking ball swung on, and it's lifted foul into the seats down the left field line. Count remains at 1-2 to Kojiwara. We are getting into the deep water of this game here, as the BayStars are starting to run out of outs. The Carp have a 2-run cushion. Breaking ball misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. Nobody on, nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter Kojiwara here in the 8th inning, as Hearn kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say that Kojiwara didn't go. Runs the count full to 3-2. We'll get a look at the replay on that one. Yeah, probably the right call. Pitch was certainly a ball, as it missed up and in. Here's the 3-2. Breaking ball swung on and chop foul behind home plate, and the count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Kojiwara. Shugo Maki waits his turn on deck, and you certainly don't want to put the leadoff man on with a walk. There is some juice in behind him here in the order. And you want to try to face the BayStars with nobody on base. There's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on, and this is going to be lifted foul down the left field line, and the count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. We are past the witching hour. If you are in the Pacific Coast of North America, if you're in the East Coast, it's already long been gone. So here comes the 3-2 pitch once again. Lefty delivers. Fastball swung on, line past the glove of the third baseman into left field. Kojiwara's got himself a leadoff single, and that is going to bring up the second baseman in Shugo Maki. Well, for Mackey, he is officially 0 for 3. He has struck out twice, and he has flown to right. As he strides here to face Taylor Hearn for the first time this evening. Left-hander against the right-hander. Mackey digs himself in. Tying run at the plate now here for the BayStars. This will be very, very frustrating at the Carp. Can't control them here. Here comes the pitch. Lefty delivers. Fastball misses down. It's 1-0 to Mackey. Mackey to be followed by Sano and Austin here in inning number 8. Alex Andrews says, glad to get some coverage of the game, but how are you watching it? Well, we're watching it on J-Sport out of Japan. Here comes the 1-0. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle. Diving stop by Kikuchi. Oh, what a play. He's diving to his right up the middle. Glove flips it to Yano at second base. And that is going to retire the runner Kajiwara on a fielder's choice. He goes in the books on a 4-6 putout. He's out for out number 1. Mackey's safe on the return leg. They didn't even draw a throw. But that is what a former shortstop looks like playing second base. Absolutely outstanding play by Kikuchi. And that is going to bring up the left fielder in Kaida Sano. So I guess, Alex, the question to you is where are you at? Because depending upon where you're at, I can dictate maybe where we can give you a lead or two to watch the game. As the lefty works to the set position, here's the pitch. That's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The quick count's quickly 0-1 to Sano. Sano tonight has a pair of singles in 3 trips. He's also scored one of the 2 BayStar runs. As the lefty Hearn works himself into the set position. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Phil says, these are going to be the toughest 5 outs ever. I could feel it. Yeah, it's just Taylor Hearn here has got his work cut out for him. Alex says he's in Minnesota. Well, being that you're in the States, it kind of limits your options of maybe what you can investigate. Fastball swung on, grounded right back to the pitcher. They go to second for 1, back to first. And that's going to be an inning-ending double play. It's going to go in the books as a 1-6-3 variety. And that is going to do it here as the BayStars are gone in their half of the inning. Oh, some fortunate bounces. And Hearn, who struggled with the first batter he faced, was able to get himself out of that one without any pain. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is the BayStars trailing the Carp 4-2. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for being here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after these. Maybe a little bit after this as well.
Hello? Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course, I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Azuma back in for the 8th inning on 94 pitches, delivers a first pitch fastball down to Futamata for ball one. Futamata has changed his look. He had a red mask in the first half of the ball game, and he's gone to a black one here, but it hasn't changed his results at the plate as he grounds out 5-3. He's in the books for the first out of the inning, so 4 times to the plate, and he has got out all 4 times. That's going to bring up the shortstop in Masaya Yano. Well, for Yano, he is officially 0 for 3 tonight. He has lined to short, he has flown to right, and he has popped to first. Friend Alex had asked the question earlier about where you can watch it in the States. It's been a little dicey more recently. Last couple of years, there's a breaking ball ticket for a called strike. The Zone used to carry it. If you got a VPN, you can sometimes pull games up on Amazon Prime Japan, but you got to have a VPN. You got to have your wallet out. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball that misses down. They appeal to the third base umpire, and they say that Yano did go around. The count goes to 0-2. At times, sometimes Yahoo Japan will provide stuff. You certainly got to have a VPN to view the highlights over there. It's another piece for you as well. But DAZN used to carry it in the States. I don't even see it anymore. I went on and took a look. Nothing at all. Breaking ball swung on it is grounded, foul past the bag at first base, and the count remains at 0-2. Our friend Harrison says, New York Mets fan and football fanatic, Marist University here. Well, that's great, Harrison. Thanks for popping in. And he says, is Azuma in the game? He still is here in the 8th inning. He's going to make his 100th pitch right now. And it is a fastball swung on. It's grounded off the glove of Miyazaki. And it gets by the shortstop, Mori, in the left field. I think they're probably going to rule that as a base hit. We're going to have to wait and see what the official scorers say. But I think Yano's got himself a single. We'll watch this again. Ball was hit to the glove side, and Miyazaki couldn't come up with it. That gets out. Harrison said he's from Poughkeepsie, New York. And he wants him to be pulled. And they do have a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen. I have to get a number on that here. It looks like it is number 65. And by our accounts, that would be Daida Miyagi. But Azuma at pitch number 100 here. He's pitched really well tonight, actually. He probably should have only given up a pair of runs. There's a first pitch fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. Problem is he had 2 outs, and he had the routine ground ball that was hit to Mori. And Mori butchered it. He threw a ball that was up in the air that caused Sandro Fabian to be safe at first base. And then the next batter, Shota Sakeni, came up and deposited a 2-run homer in the seats. And that was all with 2 out. He makes that 3rd out. Innings over. He's back in the dugout. We're deadlocked at 2. And again, Azuma throws over to first base. That's 2 in a row. So Kaito Kazono here with a 1 ball and no strike count. He's also looking for his first hit. As the lefty works himself to the set, here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. Just a reminder, we'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow. Same 2 teams, as we'll go back-to-back nights. The start time will be a half hour earlier, which means the half hour earlier start is going to be at 9:30 Pacific or 12:30 Eastern, depending on where you're at in North America. Fastball swung on, belted into right field. This ball is going to be over the head of the right fielder, Abina, off the wall. It's kicking around. He's going to fire it back in. And stopping at third is going to be Yano. Kazono has got himself a double. The Carp have something going here as they've got runners at second and third with only one gone. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, or slated to bring up the first baseman, Shota Dobayashi. Well, Dobayashi coming to the plate here, and our friend Harrison says, you need runs fast. The Giants are down. Yeah. And what happened to Trevor Bauer? Well, Trevor Bauer had the first start, which wasn't a bad start. It wasn't the most sharpest start you'd ever seen. Lost 1-0. Did give up the one run. And then apparently the day after, they said that he had picked up an injury, picked up a knock. They didn't specify what it was, but it looks like he's been sent down. I guess you can go look at his page and he explains it on Bauer outage. I started watching it and then I had to turn it off. I had other things I had to do. So Dobayashi coming to the plate, 1 for 3 today. He's got a double in 3 trips. He struck out looking and grounded to short. As now they step off the backside of the rubber, does Azuma. Infield is in for the BayStars. They've got everybody up on the grass. They do have the open base at first base, and it's Sandro Fabian who waits his turn on deck. So by the looks of it, they're going to take their chances here with Dobayashi. So the lefty works himself to the set position. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball. Swung on and fouled right into Yamamoto. Yamamoto is going to go down onto all fours. Got him in a tender position there, did Yamamoto. Sometimes that happens. The pitch was down. And, oh yeah, right in the family jewels. Harrison says, why not Wick? I'm not sure if Wick is even on the first team roster right now. I haven't looked at the game sheet for tonight. And I know he was nursing an injury as well. He was down at one point. Take a quick peek to see if Wick's even on the sheet, and the answer to that for you is no, he's not. He's not on the lineup card for tonight's game. Still out of action. Wick, too, was battling some injuries in the spring. So no balls and 1 strike. As the pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs, the count goes to 1-1. Answered earlier says, how you watching? We're watching it on J-Sport. They got about 5 channels in Japan. Kind of a cool piece. So I'm not sure which one specifically. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as the lefty again ready to work. Infield in. Looking for a play at the plate. Fastball, that misses inside. The count now goes to 2-1. Nope, not in Japan, but we're not in the States, I can tell you that. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So Dobayashi digs himself back in. Swing of the bat here could blow the game open for good. As we are in the bottom of the 8th inning. 4-2, the Carp have the lead. They're hunting for more here. And the pitch from Azuma is a fastball that misses up and in, and the count goes to 3-1. Harrison's getting good at this. He's going to be a sleuth. Yeah, we are north of the border. Not that far north, but north of the border nonetheless. So the count runs to 3-1 on Dobayashi. As the lefty here gets his sign from his catcher, and he's ready to go back at it again. 3-1 on the way. Breaking ball swung on, hammered foul down the left field line into the seats. Count now 3-2. Ottawa, no, not quite Ottawa. So Dobiashi staying alive here. I didn't get the result on Yano if they had ruled that as a hit or not. We'll have to take a peek back and see if they did get that one there. Here comes the 3-2. I just keep answering no to Harrison. No, not a Blue Jay fan, not in Toronto. Tiger fans, that gives the area away. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As Azuma ready to go at it again here. And the pitch coming to Dobiashi. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball down. It's going to be ball 4. That's going to be a walk here for Dobiashi. It's going to bring Sandro Fabian to the plate, and that's going to change the complexity of the defense. More than likely, they'll move the middles into double play depth, and that'll give them a chance. They'll probably keep the corners in. As Fabian comes to the plate, he's 1 for 3 in this one. He's got a single in 3 trips. He's also scored a run. He did reach on the error by the shortstop. And it was an error by the third baseman, Miyazaki. That is correct. It allowed Yano to get on base. It hasn't exactly been the slickest fielding game here tonight. So Fabian batting here against the lefty, and the first pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on and tap foul over on the third base side. The count is 0-1. Fabian, with his hit tonight here, has raised his season average to 250. Homer and 3 RBIs. We saw him in the exhibition season a couple times play, and he was a bit of a horror show in the outfield, and he wasn't swinging the bat very well. So Carp need him to do both, probably more with the bat and less with the glove, but both have to be productive. Harrison says, how many pitches was Azuma at? He's at 110. By Japanese standards, he's probably just getting loose. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to third. Oh, and Miyazaki he plays it like a bag of tricks. The ball gets through him. 2 runs come in to score. It's going to be Maury who's got to track it down. I got to say, I got to look at that one again, but the ball always seems to find the weakest link. And I think Miyazaki's going to get hit with another error here in the inning. Got at the bare minimum to stop the ball. Gobbled them right up, and that would, as our friend Harrison says, that's the ball game. You'd have to think that's the case. I want to go back and see the replay of this. It was a chopper down the third base line, and it just gobbled him right off. It looks like it hit him in the shin and got by him. We're going to have to see if the score calls it an error. I don't know if it will or not, but we certainly will. Yano comes in to score, as does Kazono, and that gives a 6-2 lead now for the Carp. And they're not out of this inning yet, as they've got a runner at third. But we are going to have a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back just a minute. We'll get this sorted out. Miyazaki is a GOAT, and it's not for the right reasons here tonight. We'll be right back after this.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It was an error charged to Miyazaki, and it is going to be Miyagi coming in relief. This is going to be the right-hander. It'll be Daida Miyagi, who's taking over for Azuma here. And so Miyagi is just completing his warm-up tosses as we were almost ready to resume the action. And it'll be the man of the hour, Shota Sakane, coming to face him. Sakane tonight has a couple of big blows. He had a home run and a triple. He's driven in 3 of the runs. Sandro Fabian reaching base tonight on 2 errors made by the BayStars. So the defensive woes of the BayStars here continue. I'm pretty sure that's 3 errors now that they have made in this one. 2 in this inning alone, plus Maury, and possibly even 1 more. I have to go back and take a look. No, we're showing that's only 3 for them. So Miyagi just completed his warm-up tosses, and that'll be Sekene coming to bat here. So the Carp, who were really struggling early on, our friend from the Philippines says Lions are playing well this season. I don't know about that. They won last night. They were the last team to win a game. Looks like we got a pinch runner for Shota Dobiashi over at third base. Also looks like we got a pinch runner at second base for Sandro Fabian. So both Dobiashi and Fabian are out of the game. We'll have to get those numbers caught in a bit. 6-2, the Carp have the lead. 1 gone here in the bottom of the 8th. Sekene looking to do some damage. A first pitch fastball taken for a called strike on the outside corner at 90 miles an hour. Yeah, the Lions, I know they're winning tonight. So back-to-back, maybe it's just the Hawks that are playing that bad. But certainly when we watch the Lions, the issue is the same with the Carp. They were having trouble scoring runs. But the Carp have welcomed the BayStars here with a festival of runs here this last couple of games. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As a reminder, we'll be back on the airwaves, same 2 teams tomorrow night. Come on back and join us, and then we'll set up our schedule for the rest of the week. 1-1 on the way. Fastball swung on and chop foul over on the third base side, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sekene. We're probably going to be calling some MLB action during the week. We haven't set up that either, but Monday we will definitely be off. Harrison says, is Asuma still pitching? No, they hooked him out. It is Miyagi now in relief. One would have to think that the Carp will be going to their pen yet again after Taylor Hearn. Pitch on the way. And they say that Sekene went around and he's going to get rung up by the home plate umpire for a strike 3 call. He's going to be retired for the second out of the inning, and that'll leave it all up to the second baseman, Ryosuke Kikuchi. So Kikuchi coming to bat here. So Kikuchi striding to the dish. Ready to face the right-hander Miyagi for the first time. We are in North Vancouver, British Columbia. So this brings Kikuchi to the plate. The first pitch is a fastball that's belted foul into the upper deck down the left field line. But way, way foul. He was way out in front. Count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. We are on the Pacific Coast. Action in the Carp bullpen as well. As it looks like they got a right-hander up. It looks like it is Kirby-Ashi up and throwing now. And there's a fastball that swung on. This is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving back on it, and there to make the catch is Kajiwara, and that is going to do it here as the inning is over. But there's been damage done. The Carp have added to their lead. They got 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of only 1 hit. There were 2 errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We are moving now to the top of the 9th inning. Your score is the Hiroshima Carp 6 and the Yokohama DeNA BayStars 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. The Carp have made a pitching change. It is going to be Ryoji Kobayashi coming in relief to try to seal the deal here in this one. As it is the top of the ninth inning, BayStars are going to need some luck and some instant runs. It's going to be Tyler Austin, Toshiro Miyazaki, and Tatsuo Ibina to come to bat. It was the blunders by Miyazaki in that last half inning. 2 errors in the 1 inning has allowed the Carp to extend their lead to 6-2. The first pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. You often wonder when it is a save situation, how pitchers pitch, and then when it's a non-save situation, which is kind of where we're at now, what it's like for Kobayashi to pitch with a 4-run lead. Here's the 1-0. Fastball, another one that misses down. It's now 2-0 here to Austin. Need your relievers to come in and throw strikes. So 2 balls and no strikes it is. Right-hander ready to go back to work. Checks his side from his catcher, and he's ready to go. Here's the 2-0. Fastball catches the inside corner, and the count goes to 2-1. Interesting that they got the call there. I wasn't sure that they would get that decision per se. As the right-hander again goes back at it. Works himself to the set. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count now goes to 3-1. Certainly don't want to let the BayStars get some runners and get some life. If you're a Carp fan and you're here, we appreciate you for being here. If you're a BayStar fan, appreciate you for being here. Pitches a fastball that misses down. It's going to be ball 4. And Austin's going to be aboard. It is going to slated to bring Miyazaki to the plate. Couldn't have been any worse at third base there for Miyazaki in that last half inning. Absolute horror show. 2 different times he had committed an error, leading to the 2 runs that were scored. I think he might have to buy his teammates a steak dinner for that. So he has, at the plate tonight, he is 0 for 3. He's seen his average dip down into the 320s, and then he takes a first pitch fastball down and in. The count's 1-0. Well, I got to tell you, Kobayashi's not very sharp here. Tyler popping in. Appreciate you for being here, Tyler. We'll be back on the airwaves tomorrow. We've been mentioning before. So hopefully you can make it in here with us. So Kobayashi here, ready to deliver. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-0. Phil Cantelon says, throw strikes. Oh, there's nothing worse than watching relievers come into the game and they can't hit the broadside of a barn. Terrible. So 2 balls and no strikes it is here to Miyazaki. Good hitters count. Runner at first is Austin, nobody out. And there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1. So since coming into the game, he has thrown 8 pitches on our books, and only 2 of them have been for strikes. That's not going to get you a lot of work done here. Here comes the 2-1 offering. The fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-2. And so the tough night at the office for Miyazaki continues. Not sure he necessarily appreciated that. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on, chopped softly over to third. And he tries to barehand it, does Kazono, and he's not going to be able to make the play. I don't think he would have been able to make the play even if he did field it cleanly. They're going to rule it as a hit. That's going to put runners at first and second. It's everything that the Carp don't want. And it's going to bring Tetsuo Ibina to the plate, who is still looking for his first hit this season. So if you're a fan of the Carp, keep the Maylocks handy. If you're a fan of the BayStars, you got life here. Tying run is on deck. So that brings Abina to the plate. Abina is 0 for 3 tonight. He has a stretch of 0 for 13 to start the season. I think if I'm here, well, they can't be bunting at this particular point, although it looks like we have Abina here ready to go. He's got no homers and 1 RBI. Pitch on the way. It is a breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count is 0-1. Let's see if Abina wants to keep his job in the NPB, he's going to have to start producing. We were talking earlier about how they were probably not going to keep him on the roster to start the year, but lead injury to one of the outfielders has ended up where was kept on the big squad. There's a fastball swung on it, is grounded over to the left side of the infield, and ball's got eyes. It's through the 6-hole into left field, and now the bases are loaded. There's Abina's first hit of the year, and what a timely fashion that has come in. Now the bases are loaded, and it's scheduled to bring up Yudai Yamamoto to the plate. We'll keep our eye peeled here to see if they are going to send him to the dish or not. Nobody warming up in the Carp bullpen. And so now we got some entertainment on our hands here. They do have a conference of Carp on the mound as the pitching coach has come out to talk to his reliever at this time, probably encouraging him. So we're going to see how this is going to go. Bases are full of BayStars. Tying run Yamamoto at the plate. 0 for 3 tonight. We'll see how this one plays out here. It looks like, is it still going to be Yamamoto? Yes, it is. 2 for 18 on the year. And the first pitch from Kobayashi is a breaking ball swung on its chop foul just past the third base coach's box. The count is 0-1. Unbelievable. You got to get 3 outs. You bring your reliever in. Can't throw strikes. Drives the manager absolutely insane. So here comes the 0-1 offering as the right-hander delivers. It's a breaking ball missing down and away, and the count is 1-1. If you're a Carp fan, well, 2 things are about to happen here. We're going to either see a great BayStar comeback, or you're going to see a Carp win, which you're supposed to see because they had this healthy lead. So let's see it all plays out. Here comes the pitch as the right-hander delivers the 1-1. On the way, fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-2. Last pitch was at 94 miles an hour on the gun. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as it's on its way. It's a fastball swung on. It's lined into right field. This ball is going to get down. It's going to be extra bases. 1 run is in. Digging for second, and the throw's not going to be in time. 2 runs are in. BayStars have got runners at second and third with nobody out and 2 runs across the board. It's now a 6-4 ball game for the Carp. So don't go away yet, anybody, because holy man, a 4-run lead that you thought would be safe has all of a sudden evaporated. A 2-run double off the bat of Yamamoto has now cut the lead to 6-4. And just like that, our stream is filling back up again. It's kind of funny. Well, thanks for being here, guys. That's going to bring Kaito Mori to the plate. So just as Miyazaki wore some goat horns, so too had Mori. And now there's action in the Carp bullpen as the hurry-up call has been made. And so now Kobayashi in a big-time pickle. And it looks like it's going to be Yoshi Tsutsugo to come in to pinch hit here for Mori. And the pitcher's spot is next. Here comes the first offering to Tsutsugo. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-0. So runner at third is Zabina, runner at second, Yamamoto. And the Dragon fans are believing. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. Pitch on the way, breaking ball, swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-1 on Yoshi Tsutsugo. At what point you have to wonder, are they going to have to walk somebody to set up a force? Phil Cantillon says the pitcher is trash. Probably hot garbage at this point. Can't believe it. 1-1 on the way. Fastball misses inside. It's now 2 balls and a strike. They do have that open base, as we mentioned. The pitcher's spot is on deck, but you got to assume that we are going to get ourselves a pinch hitter here. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 2-2. I was telling in the streams a few streams ago that Tsutsugo had troubles with guys who threw 95 or harder in the big league level, especially in that World Series of 2020. Only ended up getting 2 at-bats for Tampa. But if you were throwing sliders and breaking balls and anything else, he was your guy. But he just didn't have the hands to catch up to the pitches. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul down the left field line. Count remains at 2-2. Harrison says, who's left on the bench? I'm not sure. I'd have to go and have a look. Got a lot of arms left. They just, offensively, I'm not sure where they're at. So here comes the 2-2 offering. The pitch is on the way. It's a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Tsutsugo goes down on strikes. He's out for the first out of the inning. That's a huge strikeout. Absolutely massive strikeout here by Kobayashi. Now you have to figure out who's next. Our friend Harrison said he was in the MLB last year. He was in a minor league camp last year. I want to say he was with either the Giants or Texas, but he ended up with the BayStars in late August after his release. So this brings up a pinch hitter here for the BayStars. It's going to be number 9, Yoda Kyoda. So Yoda Kyoda up to bat here. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses outside. For ball 1 ball and no strikes. Still interesting, they're not setting up the force. It is the top of the order, Kajiwara, who waits his turn on deck. I know they always say you don't want to put the tying run on base or the go-ahead run on base, but it's not like the BayStars have had a lot of power outside of, say, Mackey or Austin this year. There's a pitch that misses down. Count now is to 2-0. But where the power lies is at the top of the order. Austin hasn't hit one yet this year. Mackey has hit a pair, and Kajiwara has one. So 2 balls and no strikes as Kobayashi works himself to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 3-0. So this might be one of those situations where it's the unintentional, intentional walk. You're hoping that he swings at something to set up the force possibility. So the Carp fans must be beside themselves. 3 balls and no strikes to Kyoto. Might as well just hold the 4th finger up and walk him. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball. That misses upstairs. That's going to be ball 4. Kyoto wasn't sure either. He had to stay back in there, but the home plate umpire wasn't buying it. That's going to be ball 4. Now it's going to bring up the top of the order. And Cookie Kajiwara. So Kajiwara, he comes to the plate here tonight. He is officially 2 for 4. Has 2 singles in his 4 trips. But that looks like it's going to be the end of the night for Kobayashi, and for the Carp fans, probably, thankfully so. We're going to have a pitching change here. We're going to be back in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for being here. Our score line right now, it is 6-4 for the Carp. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. The BayStars are threatening here when we return right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Atsuya Hori coming on in relief, as he's just completed his warm-up tosses. Our friend Harrison says the BayStars are like the 9th inning Mets. Well, last year's version of the 9th inning Mets was pretty impressive. Just there's no Jose Iglesias here to bring it in for you. Well, we got bases are loaded. They are full of BayStars. And we've got Kajiwara coming to the bat. He is 2 for 4 today. He's got a couple of singles He scored the first run of the game, and he takes a first pitch fastball at the knees for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Hiroki Kuroda just sitting there watching. Yeah, it looked like he had a victory in tow. He was going to win the game, and it is just evaporating in front of his eyes on the bench. All that work for nothing. So here comes the 0-1 pitch as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the left field line, and now the count goes to 0-2. So the leadoff hitter, Kajiwara, is going to be tested now. I think he wanted that one back just based on his frustration levels. So here comes the 2-strike pitch. As he works himself now to the set. Here comes the 0-2. Fastball misses way outside. Count is now 1-2. If you're just joining us, it is the bases are loaded, full of BayStars. Started the inning down 6-2. It is 6-4. Only 1 gone here, and they were looking to try to score some, not only to tie it up, but to take the lead. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Hori on in relief of the reliever Kirby-Yashi. And there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Certainly not one of those easy victories here tonight. Our friend Harrison said the Tigers picked up a win 4-3. Hawking off the Giants. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside. The count now goes to 3-2 to Kajiwara. So it's got to come to him. Got to expect he's got to pitch, give him something to hit here. You don't want, there's nowhere to put him. If you walk him, you walk a run in. Unbelievable. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Kajiwara. Bases full of BayStars. They're down 2 here in the 9th. As the lefty Hori works to the set, here comes the pitch. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball. Waved at and missed. Oh, and Kajiwara is down on strikes. He's in the books for the 2nd out of the inning. And now it all is left up to Shugo Maki. See if the Carp have something up their sleeve if they want to go to a right-hander to face him. Shugo Maki 0 for 4 tonight, bounced into a fielder's choice, has struck out twice, and is flown out to right field. And they do have a conference on the mound to the Carp. We'll see if they're going to make the change here or not. It looks like this could be the end of the rope, only a 1-batter. They don't have a 3-batter minimum. That is going to be it for Hori. He comes in and does his job. Shugo Maki will get a new right-hander when we return. Hang on, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Our friend Harrison says, was it a ball 4, if not swung? And I would have to tell you and break the news. Yeah, I think it was. We'll be right back after this. Hang tight, everybody. We appreciate you for being here. You are listening to live NPB commentary with Last Raps Baseball. Be sure to check out our podcast, The Japan Baseball Report, either on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to join our Facebook group as well. It is NPB Japan Baseball Report. Stay up to date with all the other followers who are a fan of the Japanese game. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Satoru Shimouchi coming on to get himself loosened up, as he will be The third pitcher used in the ninth inning alone, walking into a very difficult situation. He's got the bases loaded. He's got Shugo Maki coming to the plate. He's just completing his tune-up tosses. There's 2 gone here. And the BayStars are looking for blood here as they want to try to capitalize on the right-hander Shimauchi now. So bases full of BayStars. 6-4 the scoreline for the Carp. Tying run at second, go-ahead run at first. And Mackey to the plate. Mackey's had a tough night at the office. He is 0 for 4. Season average has dipped to 229. He's had 2 strikeouts. He's flown to right, and he has bounced into a fielder's choice. And here's the first pitch. It is a split finger pitch. It misses down, and the count is quickly 1-0 to Mackey. Mackey is the 8th hitter to come to the plate here in inning number 9. So we have him standing in here with a 1 ball and no strike count. He's got a good hitter's count here. Shimauchi leans in, gets the side. And I consider Mackey to be not just the best hitter in the Pacific League, talking about also in all of Japanese baseball. There's a fastball that misses inside. The count goes to 2-0. Kaita Sano waits his turn on deck. Eventually, he's going to have to throw him a cookie here, or get me over pitch of some variety, and we'll see if Mackey's ready to go. But be ready to dive all over it, Shugo. So here comes the 2-0 pitch as he works to the set position. Now delivers. Fastball swung on and fouled straight back. Power versus power right there. Shimauchi dialed it up as fast as he could. And the batter, Mackey, tried to end this game with 1 swing, or at least put them in a position where they could end the game. So 6-4 here. Harrison says Mackey's the best hitter. As far as I'm concerned, he is. He was, 2nd in the Pacific League in batting average last year. Fastball misses outside. It's now 3-1. Don't know if Yokohama's got somebody up. I haven't looked at we haven't been given a feed for that. And we don't have our access to the bullpen cams, especially because they're under the stadium too. That's the other part. They do not have the bullpens down the line or on the field. So here comes the 3-1 pitch to Mackey as he checks the runners and delivers. Fastball taken on the inside corner for a called strike, and now the count goes to 3-2. And now the runners are going to be in motion. So with 2 gone here, a base hit to the outfield will get 1 for sure, and it probably could get 2. So here goes. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, the payoff pitch here. As Shimauchi leans in, he gets his sign. Nods in agreement with his catcher. Something's got to give. The 3-2 on the way to Mackey. Kicks and delivers. Fastball misses outside. It's going to be ball 4. Mackey's going to get himself a walk and an RBI. Unbelievable. That's going to cut the lead to 6-5. Into score comes Ibina. Advancing to third is Yamamoto. Over to second is Kyoto. That's going to bring up slated to bring up the left fielder in Kaita Sano. So the BayStars are not dead yet. The manager arrived for the Carp. All he can do is look on in disgust. Well, for Sano today, he is officially 2 for 4. He singled and scored a run in the first inning. He grounded out in the third. And then he singled in the 6th. And grounded into a double play the last inning. And there's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Sano. The pitcher coming into the ball game, walking the first batter he faces, does Shimauchi. So no balls and one strike as the right-hander leans in and he gets his sign from the catcher Ishihara. And now he works to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Pitch on the way. Another splitter that is waved out and missed. And now the count goes to 0-2. Whatever you do with this pitch, Shimouchi, you can't be too good. Then you got to think he's got to go back again to that split pitch. So no balls and two strikes to Sano. 6-5. The Carp have the lead. Again, the right-hander looking at the signs given to him by his catcher Ishihara. As he nods in agreement, here he comes to the set position. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. This time it's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 1-2. If Kaita Sano gets a base hit, one would expect it'll not just bring in one run, it'll bring in 2 runs. But Sano here in the hole at 1-2. Again, the right-hander leans in, gets the sign from his catcher, and he works himself to the belt. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. Racing back, and did he make the catch? I don't think he did. I think that was going to clear some bases here. Holy smokes. I think that might end up being a ground rule double. Fabian, or the outfielder in left field, had raced back and had leapt for the ball. It's now going to make the score 7-6. It's going to end up as a ground rule double. It's going to bring plate 2 runs as Sano drives in a pair. Unbelievable. 2 runs. It's going to cash in Yamamoto, and it's going to bring in Kyoto. We were watching that one there. The outfielder had dove, and the ball had hit, and it bounced up over into the seats. He just missed it. And so that's going to put runners at second and third, and it's going to bring up Tyler Austin to the plate. And Austin already in this inning, he got things going with a leadoff walk. So you got to think now that the BayStars have something up in their bullpen, because you know we're going to have a bottom of the 9th. 5 runs for the BayStars, and they don't look like they're finished yet. Austin in here. Unbelievable. Yeah, here comes the first pitch to Austin. Kicks and delivers fastball center cut for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Absolutely unbelievable. I couldn't tell if he made the catch or not. He went down as he dove, and the next thing you know, we had to look at the replay, and that ball had bounced up into the seats. So no balls and 1 strike. A loss like this, that's a gut punch for sure. There's a fastball swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2 on Austin. Harrison says, if you win, they get first place. Yeah, I guess they would. The Giants losing tonight. Phil Cantillon not happy with the Carp. Well, certainly not the bullpen. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. Maybe they should have kept Kuroda in another inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. The count goes to 1-2. Can't believe the Lions are walking into Fukuoka and laying it to them, much like the Marines did. Crazy. So we thought we would be wrapping this one up a bit ago, but no siree, no sir, have we done that. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. On its way. Fastball swung on and chopped foul. Count remains at 1-2 to Austin. Just goes to show you once the starters leave the game, how things can go sideways. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tyler Austin. Runner at second. As Sano, runner at third is Mackey. Here comes the pitch. As Shimochi delivers a fastball that misses outside, the count is 2-2. This kind of reminds me of the game that I watched the Mariners play the other night against the Tigers. In Seattle, it was Mariners pitchers threw almost 200 pitches in the ball game. I don't know how many games you're going to win when your pitching staff is throwing 200 pitches in a game. Harrison says it's 10-1 for the Buffaloes. Well, here it's 7-6 for the BayStars. They have clawed all the way back. Fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 3-2 on Austin. Unreal. But the BayStars still have to close it out in the ninth. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth, it's supposed to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. So it'll be the catcher, Ishihara, the pitcher's spot, and the top of the order. If you're a Carp fan, you got to be absolutely disgusted. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander holds set, now delivers. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. Our friend Phil says, stop the bleeding, please. Oh, I don't know if that's going to happen, Phil. It just continues. The cut starts to get deeper and wider. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Austin. Waiting on deck is Miyazaki. Probably hoping he can get the bat to fix his defensive woes. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted into right field. But moving over underneath it and there to make the catch is the right fielder, Futamata. And that is going to do it here as Austin has gone for the 3rd out of the inning. But damage done and lots of it. 5 runs in the top of the 9th for the BayStars as they have now taken the lead. On the benefit, in our books, on 4 hits, there was no errors and there was 2 runners left aboard. Hang tight, everybody. Bottom of the 9th is just around the corner. And your score at 7-6 for the BayStars. Who knows what's going to happen next? Be right back after this. Seven 6 lead for the BayStars. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is slated to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat here for the Carp in their half of the inning. And by us, that would be Ishihara. Then the pitcher's spot in the batting order and Futamata. But we'll have to wait and see if we're going to have some pinch hitters here. On in relief for the BayStars, it's going to be number 22. This is Taisi Ira. So he is coming on in relief. Ira, I-R-I-E. And that in other languages would be Ireland. So I'm not sure where Taisi gets his last name from or what that would represent in Japanese. But Ira on in relief. And so that is going to bring to the plate Ishihara, as we said before, but we'll have to look for the pinch hitters here. Lots of changes defensively for the BayStars. We have to keep that up. So the right-hander ready to deliver. He kicks and fires a first pitch fastball at 95 that swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and one strike. Ishihara here. 0 for 3 tonight. But it looks like it's a pinch hitter for Ishihara. This is number 37. As they flash into the screen, we'll get the 0-1 pitch here. Breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-1. Harrison, you got to stay with us, man. We already told you it's not Yamazaki. It is Ira in the ball game. The pinch hitter here for this is Takeyoshi Noma. So Noma is the pinch hitter here, batting from the left side. And the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses down and in. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Carp fans are hitting their thunder sticks, still believing. I don't know. I think the belief might have went out the door in the top of this inning when they gave up a 5 spot to Yokohama. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on. This is going to be lined into right field for a base hit. And the Carp have life. Noma off the bench with a base hit single. Our Filipino friend says, yeah, this game was close. Yeah, it is. So let's see who they got coming to pinch hit here. Noma's day is going to be done. He's going to get run for. So he does what they want him to do, get a base hit, get on base. Now they're getting a pinch runner in here. We'll have to look and see who that is. It is 0-0. This is Ryutaro Hatsuki. So Ryutaro Hatsuki on to run. And coming to bat here is a pinch hitter. It's going to be number 27. This is Tsubasa Aizawa. So Aizawa here to pinch hit. And he is squaring to bunt. Really, they're playing for 1 run. As they throw over to first base. And diving back in time is the pinch runner. So Tsubasa Aizawa at the plate, and they're only playing for the 1 run. Got to get them into scoring position, and then they turn it over to the top of the order, where Futamata and Yano will be slated to come to bat. And they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner. Jorge says, big fan from Ecuador is here at Shima got a chance. They had their chance. They were up by 4 in the 9th, and they let it get away. So I'm not sure if they got a chance here to get back into this. But the runner at first, they certainly do. As the pinch runner dives back to the bag and it gets dirt in his eyes, he's going to be able to pick it out. Phil Cantalon says, why? Yeah, that you give up a 5 spot in the top of the 9th inning. Unbelievable. So the right-hander Iri holds set at the belt. And here comes the pitch to Aizawa. Fastball. There goes the runner down to second. The throw is down and not in time. Oh, it's a stolen base. Unbelievable. Why do I see extra innings here coming? Thinking at my end, last thing I want to see tonight is extra. It's a great ball game. Don't get me wrong. Hey, listen, love to see it. Hatsuki has stolen the base, but I was kind of hoping a couple innings ago that we could call it a night and get some sleep. So Hatsuki is now into scoring position. My score sheet looks like a coloring book. And it is, I think we got one ball here on Aizawa. It is one ball and no strikes. And I would expect he's going to be bunting here to try to move along as well. And that's exactly what he is. He's already squared the bunt. As the right-hander Ira ready to deliver here. And the pitch on the way, it is a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. It is in Hiroshima. It's 5:15 in the afternoon. So PM. So 2 balls and no strikes to Aizawa. You got to wonder at some point here if they would just consider putting him on. And then they got Futamata at the top of the order, but maybe they can do some pop-up or something. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down. It's now 3-0. If they put him on, then they set up a force, but one would expect that he would get pinch run for. Jorge says, how many outs? Nobody out right now. 3 balls and no strikes to the pinch hitter Aizawa. And then you got the right fielder Futamata waiting his turn on deck. Futamata started the game in center, and he moved over to right field a couple innings ago. So here comes the pitch. Fastball, take it for a called strike. It's now 3 balls and a strike. So it's just starting to get interesting here. Thorny Rebuke says he needs a grand slam. What they needed they needed to close the deal in the top of the inning. So 3 balls and 1 strike. As Aizawa again squaring the bunt. And the right-hander ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. Oh, it's fastball come inside, and he's hit him. Oh, my goodness. You couldn't have asked for a worse situation there. He absolutely smoked them. They come out to take a look at it. That ball might have come up and got him in the face. Oh, my goodness. Trainers are out. Managers out. We're going to get a look at this one here. Aizawa's going to walk off the field. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Fastball rode up and in. I don't know if it got him in the forearm or where it got him. If the home plate umpire is calling out a foul ball, but we're going to take a look here. They're definitely going to have to get a runner or probably a batter for him. We're going to get to look at the replay. Fastball came in. I don't think he ended up losing control of the bat. Like he lost the bat out of his hands. It went up, and it looks like it hit him in the forearm as he was trying to get out of the way, the left forearm. You just got to hope that that's not a fracture, because sometimes guys will get hit there and it's a problem. But we're just going to wait to see here. I think that they've got a runner going to first base. I don't think the umpire ruled it a foul ball. And if they did, they challenged that immediately. But as they do in Japanese baseball, we got a little timeout here because the player has gone down the tunnel. They're going to examine him. That just buys time for the offense. And then you can put 2 runners into scoring position with a sacrifice bunt. And it is Aizawa coming out to run, so he's been hit by the pitch. He's going to run at first base. You got the runner at second which is Hatsuki, the pinch runner, and it is going to be Futamata coming to the bat here, who is 0 for 4 tonight, and you can bet dollars to donuts that it is a bunting situation. It'll be Yano who waits his turn on deck. So Futamata steps in. It's a tough night at the office. He is 0 for 4. He's grounded out twice and flown out twice. Already squaring to bunt, and they do a spaghetti move at second base to chase the runner back. So Futamata got to get the job done here. Carp trailing 7-6 here in the bottom half of the ninth. They blew a 4-run lead in the top. As the right-hander Ira holds set and delivers fastball, misses down. Good stop there by Yamamoto. 1 ball and no strikes. Can't say the entertainment value of this game isn't high, as we're now approaching the 3-hour and 30-minute mark. Looking to walk it off here in the 9th inning. Are we going to get a sayonara hit? Well, we're going to find out. So the right-hander works himself to the belt. Here comes the 1-0 offering. Checks the runner at second. There goes the runner, and it's bunted down the first base line. It's a good one. They're going to have to hurry to get him, and they do get him. And that's going to put runners at second and third. Oh, boy. Lots of havoc going on there. So Hatsuki was on the move. He was going to steal third. He had a huge jump. It's going to go down in the books as a sacrifice, 1-4. Futamata is out for the first out of the inning. It's going to bring up the shortstop and Masaya Yano. So Yano coming to the bat with a chance to win it. But the problem is you got a landmine running at second base in Aizawa. So Yano coming to the plate. Outfield is going to be playing shallow here because they got to try to throw the runner out at the dish. So Tsubasa Aizawa at second base, not exactly the most fleet of foot. I would say, don't you have a pitcher who can run? Because you'd want to get a pitcher in to run for him. So Yano at the plate, he is officially 0 for 4 tonight. And the first pitch here is a fastball that just misses low for ball 1. Count is 1-0. Pitch looked pretty good, by the way. Jorge says he chooses to believe. Well, we're glad you're believing here tonight. Thanks for jumping in here with us. Yes, we are definitely getting a little bit raspy as this night has gone on. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yano waggling the bat. As the right-hander holds set, here's the pitch. Fastball waved at and missed, and the count goes even at 1-1. One ball and 1 strike. As Yano steps back in, he's waggling the bat. The Carp fans are cheering their team on. Holy geez. And here comes the 1-1. Breaking ball swung on, grounded up the middle. Their only play is going to go to first, and that is going to get a run in. As the Carp have tied the game, it's going to go as a ground out 4-3. Nice play there by Shugo Maki, who had to dive to make the play. He got up and threw the runner out. Yano gone for the second out of the inning. It's going to bring Kaito Kazono to the plate with a chance to win it. The pinch runner, Tsuki, scores the run. Advancing to third is Aizawa. And we are all back to square as it is 7-7 here in the 9th. And manager Arai is cheering it on. So now we've got Kazono coming to the plate, but instead they're going to walk Kazono to set up the force. So he gets an intentional free pass. We're going to have to see here. Originally, it was Shota Dobiashi's spot in the batting order. So runners are on the corners, and it's going to be a pinch hitter here. It's going to be number 69. This is Tetsuya Yamashi. So Tetsuya Yamashi in to hit for Dobiashi. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball that comes inside and almost hits him. The count is 1-0. So they put Kazono on to set up a force at either first or second. Because realistically, he doesn't kind of really matter. It just makes it easier play in the middle. So Tetsuya Yamashi at the plate here. Head in the count with 1 ball and no strikes. Harrison asked the question. No, they don't, Harrison. No ghost runners. Bonus baseball in Hiroshima potentially. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field. This might bang up enough. Moving over underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch, and that is going to do it, as that's going to get hauled in by Sano, but they score a run in the inning, and we're going to be going to extras, tied at 7. 1 run in the inning on 1 hit. There was no errors and 2 runners left aboard. We're going to the 10th. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit. They take a little extended break, but not as long as they did before. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Got to get ourselves a drink to refresh our voice. We're going to put the music on loop. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to the top of the 10th inning. Unbelievable. It was a 5-run uprising in the top of the 9th by the BayStars. And then it was a run in the bottom of the 9th by the Carp to tie it back up. And we are going to the top of the 10th. So we appreciate you guys who have popped in with us here. We're just waiting for the maintenance of the field to be looked after, and then we are going to be back to the live action in just a moment. 7-7 is the score line. I've never seen anything like it. You couldn't believe I can't believe what I just saw. There's a famous line, and that is the fact of the matter as well. It looks like there's a lot of defensive changes for the Yokohama Ball Club, as it looks like it is going to be originally it would be Miyazaki, Abina, and Yamamoto to come to bat, but it looks like it is Shibata, Tatsuhiro Shibata came in, and then it'll be Abina, and then it's going to be Hayashi, the shortstop. So we've got a lot of changes we're going to have to keep up on with here. So we'll make our adjustments as we have it as we go. We're going to just give you a little 30-second break. Come back in just a moment. 7-7 as we go to the top of the 10th. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. The Carp have retaken the field, and they are going to go to a left-hander. It's going to be Daisuke Moriura, who is taking to the mound here in this one. So he will be the 6th pitcher used tonight by the Carp. So Moriura on in relief, as he will be ready to go. It is going to be Shibata, Abina, and I believe Yamamoto, but we're going to have to take a look here, see if Yamamoto has been pulled out. Not sure if it is Yamamoto or not. It may be Hayashi in that spot, and then Tobasuhira, but we'll have to get this for you straightened out as we come along here. Actually, it's going to be Hayashi who will be in that spot there, so we'll just have to make our adjustments. So Yamamoto is out, and Hayashi will hit in that spot. So Shibata coming up to bat here. We're all locked at 7s, and the left-hander Moriura ready to deliver. He kicks and he fires. There's a fastball ticket for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. We needed that in the last half inning. Were not enough strikes. Harrison says they play a certain amount of innings. Yeah, the number of innings is 12. They cut it off at 12. We could have 3 more innings to go here. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Count now goes to 0-2 on Shibata. 3 more innings. That could take us to deep into the morning. So here comes the 0-2 offering as the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. This ball game here has had its ups, its downs, its twists, and its turns. We're glad we could bring it here with you. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shibata. As the lefty kicks and he fires, there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out here in the top of inning number 10. As the lefty ready to go back to work against the lefty Shibata. And the pitch is on its way. Here's the offering. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the third base line. Count remains at 2-2. This game here has had more twists and turns than a NASCAR road race. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. It is a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Shibata's in the books. He's gone for out number 1. And that is going to bring up Tetsuo Ubina. Well, the shocking part about Ubina in the last half inning, he got his first hit of the season after going 0 for 13. And he kept that conga line going. It was the third batter in the inning. He got a hit to load the bases. So Ubina here looking to get on and extend his luck here as he swings at a breaking ball down in the dirt, and the count is 0-1. He looked clueless on that pitch. So no balls and 1 strike. As the lefty leans in, he gets the sign, and now he works to the set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses down, and the count goes to 1-1. Harrison says he fell asleep. I wish we all fell asleep after that 9th inning. The Carp had themselves the lead, and they just let it get away. Can you imagine what the fans of the stands are thinking about this one? Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If you just joined us, the Carp had a 6-2 lead going to the top of the 9th inning. BayStars stuck 5 on the board to go up 7-6. Carp came back with 1 in the bottom of the 9th to even it all up at 7. And that is where we stand right here. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ubina. As the lefty kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. One crazy game here tonight from the Mazda Stadium in Hiroshima. As the lefty works himself to the set, now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into right field. That's going to slice into the seats, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Looks like Harrison's tapping out for the night. Appreciate you for coming in here tonight, Harrison. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ubina. The lefty Moriura on in relief. He is the 6th pitcher used now by the Carp. As the 2-2 is on the way. Breaking ball swung on, and another one fouled away by Ubina, and the count remains at 2-2. Top of the 10th inning, locked at 7s. Certainly would have not made that prediction tonight. When this one is finally over, we'll give you the roundup from around the NPB. Before we shut it down, here comes the 2-2 pitch. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. And they're going to have to throw him out at first. It's going to go a strikeout, and it's going to go 2-3 on the putout. And that is going to bring up the shortstop Hayashi. And for Hayashi, he is 1 for 4. He's got a double, knocking in a couple of runs. Actually, sorry, check that. That was in Yamamoto's spot. No at bat here tonight for Hayashi. This is his first trip to the plate. So the lefty Moriura ready to deliver the first pitch on the way. Fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. 24-year-old Hayashi in the ball game to replace Mori. He is 0 for 2 on the season. Hitless to this point. As the pitch is on the way. Fastball that squirts away from the catcher, and it's going to run the count even at 1-1. Looks like the catcher, we didn't get an update on the catcher for the Carp. It looks like it is Aizawa who is back behind the plate. He was the one who got hit by the pitch in the forearm. That's got a smart. There's a fastball swung on it as the count now goes to 1-2 on Hayashi. Looking ahead for the Carp in the next half inning. I'm not sure what it is. It was supposed to be Fabian coming to bat, but he's out of the game, and then Sekeni and Kikuchi. But there has been some substitutions that we'll have to catch up on. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Hayashi. As Moriera delivers, it's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And that is going to do it as he ends up coming in and striking out the side. That's quite the inning here. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. Carp have a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 10th. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back. Looks like the BayStars are making a pitching change. We'll get that for you when we come back in just a few. Hang tight, everybody. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in a minute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody. Appreciate you for being here. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is Hiromu Isi who is on in relief for the BayStars, and he is going to be facing a replacement for Sandro Fabian. We'll have to pick that up for you in just a moment. And the first two pitches that he's thrown have been fastballs at the knees for called strikes. The count is quickly 0-1. The hitter here is Minoru Omori. So Minoru Omori on here. Do you hit? As the pitch ready to come. And there is a fastball swung on and lifted foul. And the count remains at 0-2 to Omori. Certainly our score sheet now is a full-on coloring book, because we got all kinds of stuff here. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. Right-hander against the left-hander. Issei ready to deliver again. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that misses way upstairs. And the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Maury waiting here. They need a base runner, and they need to get them around the bases here. Here's the pitch. Fastball, take it for a called 3rd strike. Oh, I think that's the let's get this game over with call by the home plate umpire. That pitch looked like it was up and in. So that's going to retire Omori on strikes, looking for the first out. He's in the books for out number 1. It's slated to bring up Sekine. We're just going to have to double check to see if he is still remaining in the game. And we'll see if they are going to keep that as well. We're taking a look here. It looks like it is Shota. Yeah, it is Shota Sekine. But he has moved over to left field now as he has changed positions. So Sekine tonight has tripled. He has homered. He's grounded out and struck out. So he is got his season at average. He's hitting .333. He's 4 for 12. First pitch breaking ball misses down, and the count's 1-0. Sekine just missed a second home run tonight. He hit the top of the fence his first time up, which ended up being a triple. And he hit the 2-run homer in the 4th. So Sekine looking to do some damage. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. They appeal to the third base umpire, and they say he did go around. He's going to run the count to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Approaching the 4-hour mark of this game here. Extra innings, we're here in the top half of inning number 10. Carp have a chance to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th. Pitch on the way. Fastball just misses outside. The count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is Kikuchi who waits his turn on deck, and then Moriura, the pitcher, would follow. We'll see if he comes back out for another inning of work. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted foul into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains at 2-2 to Sekine. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. This game has turned into a classic, so to speak, an early April classic. Now watch, both of those teams probably, nobody will score a run here between now and the end of the ball game. I want to thank everybody for hanging in here with us. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left center field, coming hard. And making the catch is the left fielder. I believe that's still Sano out there. And that is going to retire Sekine for the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up Ryosuke Kikuchi. Well, for Kikuchi, he's 2 for 4. He's got a couple of singles tonight. Pulled his .063 average off the Schneid. Able to pick that up a bit. And so here comes the first offering to Kikuchi. As he delivers a breaking ball, taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. With the 2 hits tonight, Kikuchi has raised his average up to $150. 3 for 20 now on the season. They need him to get his bat going. I don't expect a ton of stuff from him, but they do expect a little bit better production than this to start the year. It was 1 for 16 entering the fray tonight. That has changed quite a bit. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into center field, moving back on it, and making the catch is Kajiwara. And that's going to do it as the Carp go quietly here in the 10th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. Guess what? We are moving to the 11th. And your score is the BayStars 7 and the Carp 7. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back after this. From our friend Steve Rademacher, be sure to check him out after the game. We'll keep you entertained for all your crazy, wacky needs. We'll be right back.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the lefty Warrior is still on the mound for the Carp. And he is going to be set to face here. Coming up to bat, it is going to be Toba Sahira at the plate, as he is going to be the who came in to catch. So Toba Sahira, I should say. And then it's going to be Kyoto and then the top of the order. And we'll see how this is going to shape up. He's already in the hole at 0-1. And another fastball from Moriura has got him deep in the hole now at 0-2. This is the first at bat for Tobashihira here tonight. Now it's starting to get a little bit colder. The umpires are a little bit more bundled up. The fans look like they're putting their warmth on as the sun goes down. There's a breaking ball that misses down. Appeal to the third base umpire, but they say that Shahira did not go around. It's now 1-2 strikes. We are here in the top of the 11th inning. And we appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us. A little bit behind on our inning accounts here. But we will get that up to date for you as we can. And so here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. And they're going to throw down to first. It's going to go as a strikeout 2-3. That's 4 strikeouts in a row here for Moriura since he's come into the ballgame. He's been absolutely electric. So 2 gone, and that is going to bring up Kyoto to the plate. Kyoto came in and walked his last time up, as he had replaced Azuma in the batting order. So 21 pitches so far for the lefty since coming on in relief. And the first pitch to Kyoto, breaking ball, waved at him, missed. That was nasty. That breaking ball had a lot of bite to it. So no balls and 1 strike. As the left-handed hitting Kyoto waiting on the offering here from the lefty Moriura. And the fastball, came in at 94 at the knees. That's nasty. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 pretty filthy pitches there for the lefty. Breaking ball with a lot of bite and a fastball at the knees for another strike. So he's 0-2 ahead here against Kyoto. And here comes the pitch. Fastball that misses off the plate. The count goes to 1-2. Koki Kojawara waiting his turn on deck. As it is here in the top of the 11th inning. If you just joined us, we thought we'd be putting it to rest in the 9th, but the Carp bullpen imploded. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. 5 strikeouts in a row retired by Moriura. Pretty impressive here. That's the second out of the inning. It'll be the top of the order in Kajiwara coming to bat. Now the conundrum is do you let Moriura pitch in the bat in the bottom half of this inning? He's slated to lead off. Can you roll him another inning after this? And here comes the offering to Kajiwara. It's a breaking ball missing down, and the count is 1-0. For Kajiwara tonight, he has 2 hits in 5 trips. Both were singles. And here comes the 1-0 offering as the lefty kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. Count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Glad you folks can make it in with us here tonight. 7-7 score line, BayStars and Carp. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball at the knees, taken for a called strike. Oh, straightened Kajiwara up because he wasn't really happy with that, you could see. But this lefty's been all around the zone since he's come in. 5 batters faced and 5 strikeouts so far. As the lefty goes back to work, here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, first one put in play. It's grounded to first, and they're going to step on the bag, and that is going to do it. 3 up and 3 down. It goes as a ground out to 3. And we are going to be back in just a couple moments with the bottom half of the 11th inning. Slated to come to bat, Moriura, and then Aizawa, and then the top of the order, and Futamata. So it looks like another pitching change here from the manager, Mira, but we'll wait when we come back and give you all that information. Appreciate you guys for being here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change, and our friend Harrison, who was in here wanting to know if Yamazaki was coming in. Well, if you would have stayed up to the 11th inning, you would be witnessing him now. Yamazaki is coming on in relief as we are here in the bottom half of inning number 11. And so we welcome you guys into the stream. If you are just joining us, it is a 7-7 ball game. It is going to be a pinch hitter here coming up, as it is going to be number 60 coming to the plate. And by our accounts here, we're trying to get a look at who that is going to be. This is going to be Shinsuke Tamura to the plate. And he swings at the first pitch, and he lifts this one into deep center field. This ball is going to be trouble, and this ball is going to be gone. A home run, as he's going to walk it off here in the 11th inning. Your final score is going to be 8-7 for the Carp. He absolutely obliterated the first pitch that he saw to straightaway center field. We were just looking down at our sheets trying to figure out who he was. Pinch hitter comes into the game, and Shinsuke Tamura drives it to straightaway center field to end it. And your final score is going to be the Carp 8 and the BayStars 7 here at 11 innings, a sayonara home run to end the ball game. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back to wrap this one up with you. Your final score, Carp 8, BayStars 7. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us here tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. What a way to end it.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to give you the roundup from around the NPB. We'll wrap this one up for you here tonight. Unbelievable finish. I don't even know how to explain it. The other games in the Central that are finals, it's a 4-3 victory for the Tigers over the Giants. 2-0 shutout for the Swallows over the Dragons. Skipping over to the games that were in the Pacific. Lions beat the Hawks 6-3. 1-0, the Marines beat the Eagles. That was an entertaining and nail-biting affair. And 11-1 victory for the Buffaloes over the Fighters. But in this one here, unbelievable finish. It was 6-2 for the Carp going into the top of the ninth inning, and the BayStars stuck 5 on the board to go up 7-6. Carp were able to get one back in the bottom half of the ninth inning to tie the game to send it to extras. And then the first pitch that he saw from Yamazaki, it was off of the bench. Shinsuke Tamura hit a solo shot to straightaway center field. And that is how this game ended tonight. Phil, we appreciate you. You were here from start to finish. Everybody else who came in late in the game, we appreciate you guys for being here as well. We're going to try to do it tomorrow night. We'll be back on the airwaves again. Same 2 teams, but it'll be a half hour earlier start. It'll be 9:30 Pacific or 12:30 a.m. Eastern. If you guys are around, be sure to jump in, bookmark the stream, come on in and join us. We got lots to talk about as we can continue to call this as we will. Hang tight, everybody. Well, we appreciate you guys. Calling it a night. I'm tired. Time to hit the sack. We'll be up in only a few hours' time. Have a great night, everybody.